aren't you? Not now. You're kind of off the beaten path, aren't you? I know. It's a strange place to hang out, but I quite like it here. It's quiet. Well, quieter. I'm Tisha Pacheco, but people call me Twitch. If you're wondering, back here it says 2 things to me. 1, they're an adventurous spirit. 2, they got some time on their hands. Fortunately, I'm a freelance time manager. I keep people busy. So if you find yourself looking for something to occupy your time, then I know people who are hiring adventurous spirits. I've got a job for you if you're looking to keep busy. Now, these are the details. You better memorize them fast. The message also deletes exactly a minute after you open it. I'm kidding. You're cool. Not sure how much longer it will be available, but hit me up if you reconsider. Move along. Kind of off the beaten path, aren't you? I know. It's a strange place to hang out, but I quite like it here. It's quiet. Well, quieter. I'm Tisha Pacheco, but people call me Twitch. If you're wondering, back here it says 2 things to me. 1, they're an adventurous spirit. 2, they got some time on their hands. Fortunately, I'm a freelance time manager. I keep people busy. So if you find yourself looking for something to occupy your time, then I know people who are hiring adventurous spirits. Just heard about an errand that needs to be sorted. Here are the details. Okay. I'll be here if you actually want to make some money. Move along. You're kind of off the beaten path, aren't you? I know. It's a strange place to hang out, but I quite like it here. It's quiet. Well, quieter. adventurous spirits. Just heard about an errand that needs to be sorted. Here are the details. Fine. You don't want it, someone else will. Then we're done here.
Welcome to IO North Tower, Area 18's premier centre for business development. Please consult any of our associates for help or rental opportunities. Our associates for help or rental opportunities.
Is the random YouTube comment challenge again here. We're going to raid long time today, okay? So on Wednesday, Holby giveaway. One other thing I want, expo happening at the end of April. Do I not have it? I thought I had.
Drake coming back and being like, you know what, you didn't allow us to show up. Granted, they really didn't have anything to show, but
right,
they didn't have anything. So maybe this is, you know, the overcorrection. We'll call it an overcorrection. It may not, maybe like the best Invictus ever.
Yeah.
But you know, it may be Drake coming back and saying, you know what, we're taking over Invictus this year.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of interesting too because again that terminology switch there, right? So in the past, everyone, let's pause for a minute. Let's pause for a minute. Starjump Starlet is in chat. Everyone gives Starlet an 07. You all know Starlet. She is responsible for getting mine and VMXEO's ship stuff into Fleet Viewer, building Fleet Viewer, all that good stuff. Also Hanger.link. So if you use that tool and you love that tool, Starjump Starlet is the one you want to give the big 07 to, along with VMXEO. Thank you very much, Starlet. I hope you're well. You know what? She says responsible for bugs. I haven't seen any bugs in the new one. It's been working great for me, so you got no excuse.
I've been enjoying it.
But if you look at this image here, this is from DefenseCon 2952 or something like that. If you look at here, the terminology is Drake Interplanetary Defense Con. It's very much a Drake thing. It's all about Drake. It's only Drake, all that. So again, it does look like with the new terminology that has shifted, that is something I predicted might happen. So again, now it's very much, it's very much Drake presents Defense Con, which I think that terminology difference is kind of important. Pain and Hate, I'm just going to go ahead and answer that for you. It's already live. It's already on the live link. It's not called like Fleet Viewer 2. Internally, I call it Fleet Viewer 2, but you can use it now. It's with all the new features and all that stuff. So, just go to starjumpfleetviewer.com or hanger.link and you get right to it.
Well, couldn't we be seeing a instead of rotating days for a manufacturer, could we actually get to the point where we actually might be seeing manufacturers taking over Invictus year to year as the ship catalog kind of progresses and we start getting kind of focused manufacturers?
Yeah, possibly. I always kind of chalked it up to they could sort of just group it into two, though, and that kind of seems like what they're doing with it saying Drake Presents, because, and essentially switch it up on who sponsors DefenseCon, because Invictus is kind of narrow in some ways because it's really all about combat ships, but it even goes a step further than that, where it's about combat ships that are sort of flown by the UEE Navy, right? So it's like UEE Navy themed combat stuff, which is, there's a lot of ships obviously that fall into that bucket, so that's fine, but it is still a kind of a narrow bucket. DefenseCon, especially a Drake Presents DefenseCon or a MISC Presents DefenseCon or however they do it, opens it up for all the other ships, right? Now, I could go so far as to say like cargo and industrial ships don't really fit the DefenseCon thing, but DefenseCon could really be the bucket for all the other stuff, which I do think is going to happen. I've long said that I think there needs to be some sort of bigger industrial event every year. I do think we're going to get that. But regardless, that's how I've been predicting they were going to position it. It looks like they're going to do that. Now, again, I know Jen and Tonic in chat said I was on the hopium. I am a bit. I think every Defense Con, I have come up with some reason why they could put the Kraken exterior out for us to see, even if it was from a distance, right? I think I've said that literally every Defense Con, okay? I will admit to you when I'm crazy. I have no problem. That being said, one thing we are sure about, we'll talk about this more at the Kraken when we deep dive the Kraken in a minute. One thing we do know about the Kraken is its exterior has been getting a lot of work. If you go back to the Ironclad, they showed us interior white box as the first sneak peeks that we saw of the Ironclad. With the Kraken, that was not the case. The only two sneak peeks we've got of it have been exterior shots. Both of those shots showing completely new geometry and some labeling. Not full labeling, they're not complete. Again, the ship's in the white box, just past its white box gate review, going into gray box. But I would say that the exteriors do seem rather far along for where the ship should be in its development. Now, I say that with full humility, knowing that CIG's larger ship team now and faster pipelines has thrown all my predictions out the window. So I guess I'll leave it to you all like this. If there was ever a year they were going to show the Kraken exterior, this is the most likely year that would happen. Okay. That being said, I've heard some people say, oh, maybe they'll put it in the tactical fleet ops as like an enemy ship or this, that, and the other. The only reason I don't think we'll see that, even though they don't technically need the interior for that, the only reason I don't think we'll see that is that one of the things they do need for that is they do need the damage state meshes or the damage states and all the LODs. And I think they usually do that in that final phase of development of the ship. So I don't think we're going to get there on that. That's why, for example, when they put the Polaris in game, I think it was for an Invictus, right? Art was just the exterior before the ship released.
Yeah.
It's why you couldn't damage it. It had no damage state. John Crews said as much. He said you couldn't damage it because it's got no damage state. It was also flying around with no interior. Many of you remembered that you couldn't see through the front glass, for example. So again, not trying to get everyone's hope up, but what I am trying to say is if there was ever a show, if there was ever a defense con or an opportunity to show the exterior, this is it. Okay, that now they could flip the script and make that during IAE. Maybe they show off the exterior during IAE. What I will say is I do think we're going to get an exterior show off of the Kraken at some point, simply because, again, going back to the Polaris, when you're dealing with these big hull limited ships that cost a hell of a lot of money, and the Kraken's going to cost a hell of a lot of money, I think CIG wants to show them off as much as possible and build up that hype because not because when they sell it, it's not going to sell out immediately, but just like the Idris, CIG is going to do a ton of new waves for this thing. Probably, whenever it goes flight ready, you're going to see a ton of new waves for this thing. They're going to want to push it and sell it. Okay. But let's go ahead and jump into sort of the first, and we are going to talk about the Kraken. We're going to get into it and get into some other Drake stuff. But for now, let's talk about the ship we know 100% is coming. Okay. Oh, by the way, everyone, you'll see up top there $7,500 goal for St. Jude. If we hit $7,500, and I already talked to him about this, he gave the thumbs up. If we hit $7,500 goal, I will put my fleet up for a Fix My Fleet episode for Algrid and Execute to tear it apart. As I said last stream, though, they're not going to find anything wrong with my fleet because I'm Grim, and obviously my fleet is awesome and has no problems whatsoever. So, that being said, we'll do the Fix My Fleet episode, and Algrid and Execute can have at it. But when we hit that 7,500, that's what we'll do. And I may be a little embarrassed to show my fleet, so we'll see. See, Daddy says, can't fix what ain't broke. Nothing truer has ever been said. Nothing truer has ever been said. See, Daddy, my fleet, it's a work of art. It's a work of art. It's been curated. It's like a fine art museum. It's been curated, and it's sitting in a really good place. Starlet says the only issue is the Kraken. The only solution is the Kraken to all of the world's problems, Starlet. We know that. By the way, we just got a $60 donation towards the Mercury and Avengers starter combo pack from, let me get that bigger, Vazor, thank you very much, and a $6 donation from Anonymous. Do appreciate that. Everyone, that puts us up at $7,160 raised so far for the month of April for St. Jude Play Live. We'll be doing a lot more. We'll be doing a lot more of this. Again, we got some great raffles. C Daddy says, Sergeant Graham, can I relate? Yes. Yeah, my fleet is one that I honestly am, in all seriousness, I am very proud of my fleet. It's in a good place. I don't have any real ships that are like problematic. The last, I guess, problematic ship I melted was the C2 Hercules. And I still really love the C2 Hercules. I love it from a design standpoint, function standpoint. But I do have an ironclad coming to me, and I'm just going to use the ironclad for what I would have used the C2 for, so it was more of a redundancy thing. All right. Let's go ahead and get into the first ship. And that is the ironclad. Okay? Now, I'm going to go ahead and say, I'll go ahead and say we got the Ironclad giveaway going on. Got the QR code right there. I got a link for you, Tiltify link right now. It's free to enter. This one is coming out of Grimm's own. Do I have the link? Oh yes, I do have a link. This one's coming out of my own hangar. Okay, this one's coming right out of my own hangar. There you go. You can use that Gleam link, Gleam.io link down there for the Ironclad. Get in on that. But yes, we're talking about the Drake Ironclad. Let me see. There we go. We'll sort of run through this ship. Obviously, this is one that is coming to the game at DefenseCon, if I can learn how to speak. Both variants. Actually, sort of three things coming that have been listed. Obviously, the Ironclad Assault, and the Command Module or Command Module feature. And that will have run-on effects that will touch the Caterpillar a little bit. But let's go ahead and break down the Ironclads. Okay, and Art, feel free to interject if you want to add something here. But essentially, the Ironclad is, we're going to talk about the base first, okay? The Ironclad is a large, and I say large because I think it hits around that 124, 126 meter mark, at least at last we know, last we heard, cargo ship, okay? It's got some unique aspects to it, including a command module, an open bay, open cargo door that opens from the top. It's got a ramp that opens out the front, which is kind of cool. It's got a secure cargo storage area, and it's got a command bridge to sort of do that cargo logistical stuff from. So it's got a really interesting layout. I think one of the things that excites people about this ship is how you access the large open interior cargo space. That is actually the biggest thing about this ship that excites me, is how the cargo space is done. It's one big open giant room, okay? Versus like, say something like the Starlancer Max, where you've got cargo on the spine, you got cargo in the back, you kind of got to access it from multiple ways. With the Ironclad, it's all just one big room. Okay, so let's go ahead and...
We all know you're just going to open the top and chuck it in.
That's true, that's true.
But forget snaps to the grid, just throw it in there.
That's how I do it. I'm going to open the top doors and shoot it like basketball in.
Right.
So let's go ahead and break down the ship a little bit here. We're going to look at the exterior first. It's got a one size 5 manual man turret and one size 3 man turret and 2 size 3 remote turrets. Okay, so pretty beefy there on the turrets, especially for a cargo ship. It obviously has a cargo ramp coming out the front. We just talked about that. That can facilitate ground loading of cargo, but also if you want to drive up some vehicles or anything like that, okay? And I do think a lot of people are going to use that cargo ramp to use this as sort of a mini ad hoc carrier, okay? In addition, we got 3 size 2 tractor beams, so quite a few tractor beams. Again, all those tractor beams are going to be controlled via the command deck up here at the top of center of the ship. Last we heard, at least. The cargo access is through a retractable armored roof. So again, this does carry all of its cargo internally, and you can access it through this roof. This is going to be a great ship for salvaging crash sites, ripping out components, maybe even recovering damaged ships. I see the Ironclad sort of being used in some interesting ways purely because of how those doors open. We don't have any information on this yet. We've seen some stuff in some of these concept images, but all I can really hope for is that CIG has made sure that those doors can open fully up with no real obstructions in the way, and that I think is going to open up a lot of opportunities for this ship. Okay. By the way, we got a few subscribes over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Convergence, Crit Happens, and JS Dragon. Thank you for those subscribes. Do appreciate that. Over on YouTube, we got Dr. Monk 1, Foible for the follows, and Foible who subscribed to Prime. Foible, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, moving on. The command module, again, that was feature tech that CIG had to do, and we've heard good progress on that. It has a detachable command module with one size 2 remote turret on it. So when you detach that command module, you're going to be able to fly that around independently. The rest of the ship, doesn't have any flight function or flight characteristics at that point. I believe it does still have life support. It still functions as a place to do operations, so you could technically leave your ironclad in orbit or on the surface of the planet and still be able to use it. It's not going to just be dead in the water. You just won't be able to fly it around. Kenjin, thank you very much. Hope you're doing well. Once you connect the command module, it's sort of reactivated from a flight standpoint. We saw in the PU monthly report just this past monthly report them talk about the command module tech and how they've worked out all the feature stuff, including shield faces changing, flight authority changing over, and all that kind of good stuff. So good progress.
Do you think that the life support and stuff will be maintained on the cargo portion?
I do.
Over the
I do. I think so.
Command module.
Yeah, I think that is in some ways. In some ways, if it didn't, like let's say if the command module was really the Achilles heel to this ship, it's bad enough that when it's detached, the ship has no flight ability. If the command module, though, is what gives it its life support and every other component element, then this ship's Achilles heel is going to be the command module, and everyone's just going to attack the command module, when they battle the ironclad. I think the fact that with life support components specifically, I think the command module will have life support components, but then the ironclad will have its own life support components, is what I think is occurring here. So yeah, I think you're going to... For example, if you put a bunch of crafting stations in the belly of the ironclad, I think you can land it on an outpost. Let's say you're building a base out there or whatever. You're going to be able to land it. You're going to be able to detach the command module. Maybe you go back to orbit and retrieve another whatever. And the ironclad's still going to be able to be functionable. It'll have power. It'll have life support, all that kind of good stuff. The only thing you won't be able to do is fly it, right?
Right.
I even think it'll still have shields, because one of the things they said,
I think it should.
One of the things they said in the PU monthly report is that, we just got another big donation. What do we got here? Stand by. We have a $335 donation.
Legends.
From Araxius for groceries for a family and something aegis, maybe the Hammerhead. I can't read it fully because it is behind, it's cut off. But Araxius, hopefully I'm saying that right. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that donation. That has pushed us to $7,495. $5 more, and I've got work to do, people. $5 more, and I have work to do. Okay, that's what it's going to be about. Grim will have to do a fix my fleet. That's okay though. As I said, I feel very good about my fleet makeup. There shall be no embarrassment. Okay, no embarrassment. All right, let me grab one thing because I know I'm probably gonna have to push up our goal here in a bit. So I just want to make sure I'm ready for that.
We're at a 4 bean counter, by the way.
Okay. You know what? Let's do some beans real quick. Let's pause before we go to the interior of the interior of the ironclad. Let's switch over here.
I immediately regret saying that.
Yeah, I regret that you said it. We're gonna have a talk after this. All right, let's get our bean boozles ready. How many beans do we owe right now? What are we up to?
4.
Okay, wait a minute. We just got something. Araxius, who just donated $335, just gave out 5 community subs as well. Araxius, thank you very much. You just hit our sub goal. Legendary, sir. Thank you very much. I'm gonna pop up the 007 for you because you earned it. You earned it, and that is way too small. It's way too small.
We need major.
We need that major. There it is, right over our faces. Thank you very much, Araxius. I do appreciate it. You got the 007 for that donation and for the community subs. We also got a $10 donation from Vazor. Thank you very much, Vazor. Donated earlier $60. Thank you very much. That pushed us to $7,505. So before we do our beans, let me go over to our milestones. Vazor, thank you very much. What I'm going to do is set up another goal. We're going to do another goal here. We're going to activate Ender's goal. He has ice bucket time at 8,000. So we're gonna activate that. So we have a new goal at $8,000 raise. Ender will have to ice bucket himself, and he loves the torture. Ender loves pain. He does, and we're going to make sure he gets it. By the way, everyone, numbers are incredible tonight. We got 146 over on Twitch watching and 200 on YouTube watching. Thanks for hanging out. We do appreciate it. Okay, are we being ready here?
I am ready to dare to compare, as it says on the...
Okay. All right, where's my beans? Okay, here we go. Oh, and by the way, C Daddy CIG, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Always love that you stop by and hang out with us as we go through stuff. Hopefully you get a little chuckle out of the stuff we speculate on. That's completely wrong, but that's the fun of speculating, right? Okay, wait a minute, where's my book? Okay, I got my book, so I know what beans we're going after.
Mine's written on the side.
Yeah, let's do the first one. Let's do the first one here.
Okay.
All right, sending it down. Okay, I got two. I'm picking one. Save the other one there for a minute.
Just one.
Yeah, grabbing one. The double duty. It's rough. It's rough. Okay, so this one here is either. What color is that? Chat.
Oh, that's like a yellow for sure.
Yeah.
Yellow.
Which means this is either wet dog or banana. Wet dog or banana. What'd you get there, Art?
Honestly,
don't be scared.
I think, I am a little scared. I think it is either Stinky Socks or Tutti Frutti.
Okay. I can tell you Stinky Socks is not fun, and Tutti Frutti's okay. It's not even the best flavor out of the good flavors. Okay, so you're in for Closet Monkey just said golden nut, that gold nugget. Yeah, it is kind of a gold nugget. All right, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do it. Thank you, chap. This is wet dog. This is wet dog.
Tutti Frutti.
Oh, you son of a... Wet...
That is awesome.
Yeah. Ohio Medic, I do wonder how they tested that. Okay, so you got Tutti Frutti. You're good.
I'm solid.
Oh.
This is...
the weird thing about wet dog is it's not that bad when you start off, but once that backwash builds up, it's not good. But there's no spitting these out. Got to keep going. Rabbit says, is there an earwax bean? No, there's not. Actually, Art, can you read out the flavors?
So I have burnt rubber or licorice, Stinky Socks, Tutti Frutti, barf or peach, booger or juicy pear, liver and onions or cappuccino, wet dog or top banana, which I don't know what the difference between a top banana and a bottom banana is.
I don't know.
But okay.
I don't know.
Toothpaste or berry blue, stink bug or toasted marshmallow, old bandage or pomegranate, and dead fish or strawberry banana smoothie.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I've never gotten dead fish, and that just the sound of it does not sound good. So yeah,
that was the one. Like the color was just enough that I was like, this is either one or the other, and if this is the dead fish stuff, I'm in trouble because I will hurl.
We've gotten some big donations tonight though, so we got to do another bean here. Here's the one from that was picked out for me earlier. Saddle up, Art. I don't even like jelly beans. This is the thing. This is all Ender's fault ultimately. I don't even like beans.
Okay. Black or white? Chat. Black or white? Black or white? Black or white? Black or white?
Yeah, I got black or white.
Options here. Ooh, black. Y'all are evil.
Seeing some black.
Evil.
Here's the thing.
White. Okay.
Here's the thing. The licorice is. I don't even like licorice, and it's pretty good.
I'm not a fan of licorice either. Okay. So these are kind of like.
Okay. It looks like it's black to me. There's a lot of blacks.
All right.
Yeah, it's a lot of blacks. All right. I got this one, which is either barf or peach. Barf or peach. By the way, my daughter is going to do Bean Boozle with me on one of these shows. So.
I can't wait.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Senyo. Sending the Kraken up past the screen. Okay, here we go. Saddle up. God, I hope this is peach.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Oh God, this had a delay. It's a bad one. What is this? Oh, it's barf. Yep, it had a delay. You got it.
Oh yeah, That's.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
You know, I regret. I regret doing this.
You're gonna regret it by the end of this stream. I can tell you that much right now. I can promise you.
Oh, that's making my eyes water.
Yeah, I can promise you it's bad.
Oh, that was.
I was literally about
rubber.
I was about to say
And
something.
was,
I can't. Yeah, I can't remember. Well, Bleachman says, "Watch Grim Girly get only good ones." Yeah, that's exactly what will happen. Oh, okay. I can't even get. Sometimes they're so bad you can't even get them down. You got to do the shot or something.
That's not a good chaser either. Orange creamsicle energy drink. That's not. That's not good.
I'm about to spit up my drink. Okay, got it down. Got it down. Oh, Ohio Medic's right. Grim seems to get the bad ones 90% of the time. That is true. My eyes are watering actually from that one. That one was not good. That one was really potent. It was like a delayed fuse on that one. Oh, man. Oh, fun. Oh, my gosh. We got some big donations here. $55 from Happy Merchant. Mercury and Avengers Starter. Thank you very much, Happy Merchant. Salute to you, sir. Appreciate it. And then a big old donation came in, $300 from Charlie McCawson, one of my favorite names, actually, out of the Star Jump YouTube or Star Jump community, who's always here watching. $300 from Charlie for groceries for a family for 2 weeks. How freaking awesome is that, Charlie? Giving you the double salute for that massive donation. That pushes us, everyone, to $7,860. You all also have something against Ender, because at $8,000 the boy has to do an ice bucket challenge, and I'm going to make sure it's a big one. Okay, so we're pushing towards that. Once we cross that milestone, I'm going to set a new milestone, probably for like 8,500 or something, that I think will be kind of cool. You might like it. So anyways, okay, there we go. I was wrong.
I think we should do what Alexis says.
Okay.
We should just start doing Star Citizen quizzes instead of the beans. I feel like that's a much better option.
Can't. You already paid for the beans, my friend.
I did.
You already paid for the beans. All right, everybody, let's continue on. We're going to switch back over. We'll get back to more beans here in a minute. Thank you very much for those donations, everybody. We had some big old donations come in, but it doesn't matter, big or small, they are all important. And since we've had some donations, I want to go ahead and pop back over here. Do not forget, we've got a number of drawings happening over the month of April. When you donate to our Tiltify link, which you can get via our QR code down there at the bottom, or going to the Tiltify link that I have pinned to the Twitch chat and that I'm going to post right into chat right now. By going to that Tiltify link, that is our Star Jump Tiltify link for St. Jude, and donating a certain amount attached to these ships here, you will get a ticket for that drawing. So on April 9th, which is this coming Thursday, we're going to do a drawing on stream for an RSI Perseus. That's a $40 ticket donation towards St. Jude. For a $20 donation towards St. Jude on April 15th, we'll do a drawing for a Mercury Star Runner and Avenger Titan Starter Pack. And on April 22nd, with a $30 donation to St. Jude via our Tiltify link, we'll be giving away a Banu Merchantman. For a $35 donation to St. Jude via our Tiltify link on April 29th, we're going to give away a Hammerhead. Don't forget, that's going gold standard. And then on the same day, for a $60 donation, an RSI Perseus. Okay, so a lot of big stuff happening. Or sorry, I said Perseus. Polaris. RSI Polaris. So some big drawings
in the chat.
GearCon in the chat. I was literally about to say it as I said it earlier.
Legend.
Everyone give GearCon an 07. He's right in chat. All these ships you see on screen here, courtesy of our boy GearCon. So if you're excited at the possibility of winning ships, you need to give GearCon a little 07 there. Came through. Big man this year. Came through. Supporting us. And then over on Ender's channel, there's currently a Starlancer TAC also that you can access via that QR code and Tiltify link. So make sure you get in on that if you're interested in the Starlancer TAC. Okay, I believe that's a $20 donation. We're currently at $7,900 donated. We've had some big ones tonight, folks.
6 days.
Yes.
6 days.
That is true. That is true.
That's insane.
Don't forget the terms and conditions with these raffles. Want to make sure that is clear. Winners will be contacted within 5 days of drawing via email Winners will have 7 days from the time the notification email is sent to claim their prize, and failure to claim the prize within the specified time will result in a new drawing and a new winner. Altzilla SC coming in with a $40 donation, and Anonymous coming in with a $40 donation, both towards the RSI Perseus. Again, doing that drawing this Thursday, everyone. This Thursday, we're having a big stream. It'll be all about the Hull B. It's going to be really exciting. And that's where we'll do the Perseus thing. So there you go. Thank you for those donations, everyone. You are all legendary. $7,940 raised. I think it's a good likelihood we're going to soar past $8,000, which is incredible. All right. Let's get back to the ironclad, shall we? Let's go to the interior. Up here at front, we have a brig and additional storage with extra security. Again, you're going to be able to store your unmentionables in there. Moving further back, we have, I think, again, what is the big showstopper of the ironclad series of ships, which is the big open cargo bay. Now, listed here, it says it is 1,536 SCU of storage. That has since been upgraded, as CIG told us. I think it is now 2,200 something SCU, which is a really substantial increase, actually. I mean, that's what, like a 45% increase.
Yeah, that's a lot for just moving ladders and interior stuff.
Yeah, or a 35% increase, something like it's a big increase. So shout out to CIG for making that change. I do think that heavily benefits the ship. Originally, and that same change happens to the Assault. The Assault is going up to something like 1,500 or 1,600 SCU, something like that. I don't have the exact numbers. If someone in chat knows, though, please let us know. Again, that really puts this ship, especially the base ironclad, in that perfect sweet spot between, something like the C2 Hercules or Caterpillar, something like that, and the Hull C. It fits right in that middle part, and we really needed something to fit in that middle part, right? Let's move on. Next, we have an interior turret, a one size 2 interior remote turret. I kind of forgot about this. This is a really interesting thing on this ship. It has an interior turret. I believe this is the first time we've seen this. Is that right? Does anyone know if there's any other interior turrets on ships? Let me know. I got your note there. I'll look into that. Fleet Viewer, no, I'll look into that. So yeah, I think it'll be
the first. Theodaddy CIG confirms it is the first.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. That is different.
I wonder how the ammunition's going to work for that. Like how?
Yeah, I'm unsure. I
put magazines into it.
I mean, I think for now it's going to work like all turrets works, just going to pull from sort of the invisible ammo locker. But,
right.
Again, John Crew has stated even just recently that the plan is still for ballistic ammunition to be loaded via what I think that is going to be is I think when you buy the ammo, it's going to come in sort of these 1 SCU boxes or smaller, and you're going to load those boxes into a receptacle. That's what I think is going to happen.
Which I'm all for.
I'm all for.
I'm all for that actual physicality of picking up a box of ammo, and even if it's just putting it in a slot, it's that fact I'm moving something versus just being magic.
It's one of those things that like I do think this game really does have to balance the gamification stuff with like the systemic realism they want. I've been pretty vocal in saying that sometimes it is a game and you just need to do gamey things. You know what I mean? Sometimes the realistic stuff is super cool. This is one of those situations where it's like a nice in the middle where it's like, okay, you are going to have to load, right, ammo eventually in the future, but it can just be you're loading the full crate into a receptacle. It gets pulled in. And if you look on a lot of the big ships especially, I was just walking around the Perseus today, and there's nice little alcoves in and about some of these ships, especially near the cargo areas, that have area for that if they need to add it in a future pass on the ship. So it's good to see. Moving along here, up top here says the control room, says total access, which is an interesting descriptor. This is probably the only point of controversy with the ship. A lot of people want to be able to control the ship from the control room. I am one of those people. However, and I think most people are on the same page, I would be okay if it was not full fidelity control, if it was something more like the Carrack, where as long as the command module was attached, you could fly the ship from the command deck. I think that would be cool, and that would be something I think would really, it'd be a people pleaser, okay? But I am totally fine that if the command module is detached, the ship cannot fly. That I'm okay with. That makes a lot of sense. And maybe that's because the avionics and stuff like that is kept within the command module. So we'll have to see. Lady Violet, nice to see you. But I think that if the command module is attached, then having that sort of secondary flight position from the command bridge, again, that is not the plan. Just so everyone knows, that is not the plan. But if CIG was to surprise us with that, that would be a big people pleaser. Okay, that'd be a big people pleaser. The only argument I can find for them not doing that is that they've obviously put a lot of work and effort into the command module feature tech. And I do think the command module feature tech is going to be really freaking cool. I can see that applying to other ships in the future too. And I think CIG wants us to kind of utilize it. So, we'll see. Okay. Last but not least, cockpit, take control. So essentially a command module. We know that. Moving down here, you can see the Ironclad base paint. And then there is the Ironclad Dauntless paint, which is kind of the concierge. Now, this is the one area I wish CIG would have flipped things. VMXEO, I see VM in chat. Salute to you, buddy. I do wish CIG would have flipped this. The base paint for the Ironclad, I wish was the Ironclad Assault base paint. I wish the yellow and black Ironclad Assault base paint was the base paint for the standard Ironclad. That being said, maybe CIG will be generous to us and allow the liveries to apply to all variants. That would be cool. Maybe. We'll see. Or at the very least, make sure you give me a yellow and black paint for my base Ironclad. That's all I'm saying. Okay, next we have the Ironclad Assault. Okay, this is sort of the upgunned, militarized variant of the Ironclad. It does contain more turrets. It's got some differences on the interior. We're going to take a look at that now. Okay. By the way, we just had another $40 donation from Anonymous towards the RSI Perseus. A wise donation. We are now up to $7,980. $20 donation away from poor Ender having to bathe himself in ice water for the first time since last St. Jude. If any of you are wondering, Grim, why aren't you doing the ice bucket challenge? I'm not set up for it. But Ender has volunteered because he made the milestone on Tiltify. He made the milestone. He set the ice bucket challenge milestone. So we're going to punish him. That is coming. By the way, everyone, Ender, or Dad Bod Bard as he is now known, will be traveling to St. Jude tomorrow to go to the campus, spend time with other streamers, other content creators, and members of the Pink Hat Squad as they tour the facilities and visit with, I believe they visit with patients and meet other St. Jude representatives. It's a big time. It's a big event. I know he had a lot of fun last year. It was also a pretty emotionally heavy visit because obviously some of the subject matter, but he'll be heading there tomorrow and we'll be back, I believe, on Friday. But we wish him luck in his travels. Okay. Currently, we are doing really good on money raised. Hopefully we can send him to the event with some really high numbers on the donation leaderboards. And again, those donations courtesy of you all. You all are making this happen. I'm just up here with the camera turned on talking about spaceships while you all kill it with the donations. Seriously, make sure if any of you are in chat, I see some 07s to Grim. I see some 07s to VM. I saw some 07s to Art earlier. Make sure you give yourself an 07. Chat 07 yourself. Give yourself a salute. Okay?
Pat on the back.
A little pat on your back. You're doing good stuff for sick kids and their families. All right, we're going to scroll on down here. It says here, the assault model... Oops, it switched. Let me go here. Okay, here we go. Welcome aboard the Ironclad Assault. Okay, first thing. Has one size 5 quad man turret, so that is a quad, 2 size 3 quad remote turrets, and 2 size 3 remote turrets. I'm guessing those are just duals, and 1 size 3 man turret. So a few more turrets there, some of those being quads. Moving on up here. It has a fortified front ramp, armored vehicle deployment. I'm not sure what the difference is between that and a normal ramp on the base Ironclad. It could just be marketing language. I don't know if there's a real difference there. Maybe it has more hit points or something. We'll have to see. And then, of course, the command module, it has a detachable command module with 1 size 2 remote turret. So this command module does have a gun on it, while the base command module doesn't. At least that's what it seems to be. So one interesting thing there is that means there's kind of, if that's the case, and I may be wrong, maybe I'm reading that wrong, but if that is the case, it'll be interesting because it means we'll have sort of 3 command modules that have differences. We'll have the Caterpillar one, the Ironclad one, and the Ironclad Assault one. So kind of interesting. Oh my goodness. Heathkilles just donated $20, which made us hit $8,000 goal. Everyone, we just hit the goal. We just hit the goal.
Legends. Absolute legends.
Yes. Everyone give a big old salute. I need to set a new milestone. Okay. We're going to pause here. Chat, everyone, we need a new milestone. Art, what ideas do you have? I have an idea, I think, but does anyone have any better ideas? Put them in chat if you have a good idea for a $9,000 goal. Okay? We're looking for a $9,000 raised goal. Okay, if you have
I think we should make it a $10,000 goal. I think 10,000 is a nice round number.
You might be right. I think we do have. You know what?
We have one.
That's a good round number. Okay, I got it. Here's what we're going to do. If we hit $10,000, I am going to do a Phasmophobia game night.
Oh, that's terrifying.
With Mrs. Grimm. Okay, we're going to call her Mrs. Starjump. Or we're going to call her Mrs. Grimm. Okay, Phasmophobia game night with Mrs. Grimm. That's what we're going to do. Bring the wife on. She does know a little bit about Star Citizen. And that's how we're going to do it. Okay, save those changes. That'll be a good one. That is now activated. Confirming the activation. Should update. Yep, there it is in the progress bar. That has been active. Let's see. Does that? It should reset in a second. Lady Violet asks, where do you donate? Hey, Lady Violet, that is an easy question for me to answer. All you got to do is scan the QR code on your screen, that St. Jude Play live stream, or you can go to the Tiltify link Art just posted. Thank you very much, Art. Okay, everyone, our next milestone is $10,000 raised. If we hit that, the wife is going to stream. Okay, she's going to get on here. We're going to play some games. Okay, it's going to be good. As a matter of fact, I'm going to change it. Not Phasmophobia. We're just going to do game night with Mrs. Grimm. Okay.
There you go. Golf with Brent.
Might be a few things. We'll just see how much.
That gets a little competitive if I remember hearing that correctly.
It does. Army 2 Willis just donated $100 towards the RSI Polaris. Army 2 Willis, thank you very much. By the way, everyone, if you donate enough money for 2 tickets, you can get 2 tickets to a particular raffle. So thank you very much, Army 2 Willis, for that donation, pushing us to $8,100. My God, incredible. Appreciate it. Let's go to the interior of the Drake Ironclad Assault. Drake, best manufacturer, by the way. All right, moving on here. The first thing is this. You know what? I forgot about this fact. This ship has 34 jump seats.
I mean, it's an assault ship, so it should have.
I think this has become the new
dropship,
major dropship. 32 or 34 jump seats. That's a lot. That's a lot.
That's more than the Valkyrie. Valkyrie's, I think, 20.
Yeah.
So you're looking at like platoon with vehicles and stuff like that. You're looking at like a mechanized platoon.
Yeah.
Size of hate.
That is a lot. That is a lot of people you're bringing to bear. And then remember all the support vehicles, mechanized, motorized, that you can bring on. In addition to that, all in the same vehicle. you start to really get into an interesting, again, talk about that next step up from something like the M2 Hercules or something like that, right? So that's really cool. Actually, we're going to pause there. We can get back to this. I forgot. We hit our goal. And $30 just came in from Liquid Frost towards Merchantman. Liquid Frost, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Some incredible donations tonight. We owe y'all a bean. I wasn't going to let Art get away from it. Here we go, everybody.
Hoping.
Get your beans ready. Ugh. Get your beans ready. Okay, here we go. Let me grab myself a bean. Come on.
Oh,
yeah, here we go.
Just the single. I'm getting good at this whole single bean thing.
I think this is... Okay, so I got either burnt rubber or licorice. It's going to be one of the two. I actually like the licorice one. What you got, Art?
Happy. Either peach or bar.
Okay, peach or bar.
After last one, it didn't go over well.
I can tell you that barf is pretty horrible. Pretty horrible.
Thanks.
Burnt rubber's no fun and is hard to get. It's hard to get that taste out of your mouth. I'm not gonna lie. Burnt rubber's really hard. All right, everybody. Art, cheers.
Cheers.
Licorice. I'm good.
Peach.
Sweet. Peach. Sweet. You know what? The liquor, I don't even like licorice, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Ohio says it's going to be burnt rubber. It's not. It's licorice. I finally got lucky. Don't worry, everybody. We're going to do another bean here in about 2 minutes. We're going to switch back over while we're enjoying our beans. I'm going to choose slowly because this one's pretty good. Pretty good.
You got to savor it.
Let's savor this one. Moving on. Interior turret. Again, has that interior turret. Control room as well. And the cockpit, it didn't have the repair bay listed, which is interesting. We're going to get to that, though. Let's continue on here. One of the interesting things about the Ironclad is it has this secondary room back here that the base doesn't. And this secondary room is supposed to be for the repair and servicing of ground vehicles. It'll remain to be seen how extensive that is, but what I am expecting is possibly a small crafting station, something like the one on the Clipper, maybe a step above that, I don't know, but something around that. I think it'd be the one from the Clipper, and maybe there'll be some, I'm really hoping, they haven't mentioned anything about this, but I would love if this ship had the ability to repair, rearm, and refuel ground vehicles.
What? It does have it. That's in the.
Is it? Okay.
It's in the description that it's supposed to be able to repair ground vehicles.
Okay,
cool. It doesn't say rearm, but it does say repair, if I remember correctly.
Gotcha. Okay. So with that, the great thing about that is, again, we know that tech is being worked on, supposedly going well. I believe they just had sort of their first play test of that, and it went well. That will be that tech, that repair, rearm, refuel tech will be used for, for the Idris, the Polaris, later on the Javelin. Ships like the Carrack, I think, will get stuff like that in its little hangar. Ships like this, and then obviously the Kraken, when that comes out. So it really ups the usage of those big carrier type ships. Moving down here, obviously you can see the paint job for the Ironclad Assault. I really love this paint job. Again, I hope you can put this on the base Ironclad. Come on, CIG, don't let me down. Arts, they said you're blurry, Art. I think you have to put your hand close to camera to get it to focus back on you.
I like
He likes being blurry. He's actually, Art is very explicit.
Oh,
and,
very blurry.
Yeah, and we have to censor Art a little bit. We have to censor Art a little bit.
Oh.
You might have to put your hand up towards camera and then pull it back. Try that. Arts. Oh, there you go. You're good. You're good.
I like being.
Yeah. So, and then obviously they do show the Dauntless paint on the Ironclad Assault, which again gives me hope that you're going to be able to put all paints on both of these. So there's a little bit of promise there. So anyways, those are the two variants of the Ironclad. Both have been in development. for some time. Again, we heard them going through white box for quite some time. And CIG was constantly saying how that was working on the flow of the ship. You know, they were spending a lot of time on that, how you get from A to B to C within the interior of the ship. I do personally hope that has paid off to be one of those ships that just works really, really well. Let's see. Which link are you talking about, Art? And I saw
that one for the Ironclad.
Oh, yeah, I posted it in chat. This webpage? Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll post it right
people
down
were
there.
asking, so.
Yep, no worries. Okay. Now, that's the Ironclad. Again, supposed to be coming at Drake Defense Con. Again, you can go online to Star Citizen Tools. You can go to the CIG web, the RSI website, find out all this information. But just to go over a few additional details, the base Ironclad now up to 2,204 SCU of cargo, and the Ironclad Assault up to 1,440 SCU of cargo. So what's really interesting is the Ironclad Assault is now sort of sitting where the original Ironclad was in terms of cargo. And I remember a lot of people saying back then that they're like, man, I really like features of the Assault, but I do like the cargo capabilities of the base Ironclad. Well, now you kind of can get that with these SCU changes. You can get that roughly 1,500 SCU of cargo and all the other features of the Ironclad Assault that brings to the table. So I think it's going to be an interesting decision for people once we do get the Ironclads in game on which one to choose. I think it's going to be really, really interesting. Features, obviously. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to hope to be able to just drop this. I'm going to test it because it's me. I want to drop this from altitude. I want to be able to drop this assault pod from altitude, within reason, obviously not from upper atmosphere, but coming in, being able to hit 2 buttons, drop it off, to all right, go on, little minions of hate.
That's cool. We don't treat Drake ships like that, Art. We just don't do it.
I'm all about getting in there quickly. Get in there quickly.
Shouting out a few people too, real quick here. GearCon earlier cheered 200 biddies. Thank you very much, GearCon. Appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate those raffles as well. You're killing it this year. Blind Fat Kid, that's a hell of a name. Just followed a little bit ago. Thank you, Blind Fat Kid. I do appreciate it. Bino742, Vazor, and Bretley just hit a 5-stream streak. Thank you for those follows, everyone. I do appreciate it. Just to give everyone a heads up, we're 15 followers away from the 8,200 follower mark. So, oh my...
No,
all right, stop the stream. Stop the stream. We just got a $1,500 donation from Lady Violet. Lady Violet, everyone in chat, give Lady Violet an 07. Give her an 07. I've got to find the 007 loop here. Where's my 007 loop? Oh, here it is. Got to throw that up. Lady Violet, I'm going to give you a little personal message from me. I greatly, sincerely appreciate what you just did. That is a massive, massive donation. I don't know what to say. That is a huge donation, pushing us to $9,630. That is incredibly generous, going to 1 day of chemotherapy for a patient. And remember, everybody, the treatment that St. Jude does, very expensive. Cancer treatments, as any of you knows who have been to the hospital in any way, shape, or form, it's always expensive. Everything's expensive. But 1 day of chemotherapy for a patient is a huge, huge deal. Because remember, those patients that get that therapy, those kids that are there at the hospital with their families, those kids going through cancer, they pay nothing. Their families pay nothing. That is incredibly generous. I just want to say, too, we are now at a lifetime fundraising mark of $50,188.
That is absolutely outstanding and amazing.
I'm just sending a quick message here.
Do we get a Grim Pole Dance? Yeah, do we get a Grim Pole Dance for that?
Grim Pole Dance, I'm going to, we're going to hit the wife stream, no problem. Because people like Lady Violet. Lady Violet, though, that is amazing. Let me just taking some notes here. Thank you very much. That's incredible. Wow. Insane. Maybe I do have to do an ice bath. I'll probably have to set the next milestone as an ice bucket challenge for me. I can barely walk right now though. My knee is a mess, so I can only see myself not only not being able to walk, but also freezing cold and in trouble. So.
I mean, it beats the. Here's the thing, though. I mean, ice bucket, shaved beard, ice bucket every day.
Yeah.
Because I mean, that beard has character. You can't lose that.
It does. Yes, it does. It does. That is incredible. I'm still a bit speechless. That is amazing. We've had some huge donations over the last few streams. Again, this is our third St. Jude stream. We'll be going all through April. We've had some massive donations. That is the biggest so far. But it doesn't matter if you donate $5 or $1,500. They all matters, everybody. It all sincerely matters. And everyone can. Awesome donation, Lady Violet. Thank you very, very much. We had to go a full stop on that one. We had to go full stop. And you know what this means. Because Lady Violet did 1,500, we got to do a double barrel bean. 2 beans. Ruger Blood Moon says my next goal should be my daughter takes over the stream for a day. Whew. Okay, yeah. She'll love it because she loves streaming, but I mean, I'll consider that one. All right, here we go. 2 beans. 2 beans. I gotta get 2 beans on my left. I got 2 beans right here. I'll show them. They just came up. And remember, Citizen Groza, I'm going to answer that question for you in 1 second. Meat, just get to the tier 1 sub to Lady Violet. Thank you very much, Meat. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Lady Violet, now subscriber. Here we go. This pain, I can promise you, or this won't taste good. This is double barrel bean challenge because of that massive donation coming in. Here we go, everybody. I don't even know what flavors this would be. It would be either burnt rubber and licorice or old bandage and pomegranate. The best scenario for me is licorice and pomegranate, and the worst case is old bandage and burnt rubber. So there you go. No winning for me here.
Stinky socks or Tutti Frutti and toothpaste or berry blue. So I think one will be okay. The other one is going to suck immensely.
Yeah, yeah, this is going to be bad. This is going to be bad. I'm actually pulling up something real quick here. I want to get it ready for after we eat these. Okay, let's do it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's do it. Down the hatch. Oh, no. Oh. It's all wrong for me. Both are bad. I can't talk. It's old bandage and burnt rubber.
So it's toothpaste with with the socks. So they seem to like it, the toothpaste is cleaning the socks.
Oh,
not great.
I didn't
know. Not terrible.
I didn't know 2 things could be nastier. Hey Victor, I hope you're doing well, buddy.
I'm good. Oh, whew. That was.
This is bad. This is real bad. I need some drink. Oh God. Oh man, and it's such a big bean wad in my can't swallow. And my mic and my camera just went blurry.
I immediately like split it and put it like one in each cheek because I was like, that way I can situate.
There we go. Oh my God, it's bad. It's really bad. I can't get it down. I literally can't swallow it. While I'm trying to unsuccessfully swallow this, I'm gonna bring up something real quick because I want you all to see it. I just realized you can't see it.
I was gonna say,
bear with me. Do you all see this? This is the St. Jude Play Live ladders going on right now. Okay, 33,892 raised so far for the Play Live campaign for April and May. Go down to the ladder. Star jumps in number 1 at $9,630 raised. So 1/3 of that from your all. Oh, I'm going bad. I can't get it down. I can't talk. I'm gonna start talking like I've had health problems here in a minute.
Check file.
We are the top overall fundraiser so far, leading the pack, which is really exciting to see. Top fundraisers this week. So we're top for the week as well, of course, with those super high numbers from you all, which is absolutely incredible. And then on the team side, Starjump is part of the Pink Hat Squad team, which is a whole bunch of people that come together to start doing money raising, and Pink Hat Squad obviously in the lead as well. So going back again to the top overall fundraiser ladder, we are sitting real pretty at $9,630 raised. That's amazing, y'all. That is amazing. I think I'm having a stroke. I can't get it down. Damn it, this is bad. Beg for mercy. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Salute to you over from the enemy contact org. Okay.
I need to link up with them. We need to get some mutual org stuff going on. Of the
great group of people.
Variety.
I need to invite you to their Discord. Awesome to talk to. I've jumped in there.
I'm in there.
Oh, I jumped in there a number of times. It's always fun to talk spaceships with those dudes and talk other things, but love talking spaceships with them. Great group. Let me see if I can swallow a drink here. All right, everybody. We talked about the Ironclad a little bit. We're going to get to Kraken in just a second. I do want to power blast through a few questions, though. Can we hit some questions, Art?
Okay. Maybe if I can pull it up. Let's see here.
By the way, everyone, do not
just
forget, we do have our medic kit giveaway going on tonight. If you want to get in on that and you're over on YouTube, go to the link pinned to the top of the chat. Click on that link, go to my new player guide video, leave a comment over there. I'll pull one random comment. And if you're over on Twitch, just do exclamation ticket or exclamation ticket space max. Again, that is for a med kit pack giveaway from the subscriber store. So sorry, go ahead, Art.
Are you looking for just Ironclad specific stuff? Or...
Let's start with those. Yeah, let's start with those. You ask. I'm gonna crack a window.
Okay. Verthamex Draco asks, do you think that the Ironclad will be able to refuel and repair ships or just ground vehicles?
I assume it can repair, rearm, and refuel anything. Again, that kind of goes back to that systemic nature that's thing that CIG does, and I think that it's just going to repair anything.
Well, it depends on. I honestly think it depends on where that repair station is located. If it's back in the back corner, in a certain spot where only a vehicle can pull back there, then I think people are going to try to get other things back there, but.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I honestly hope that it's only ground vehicles, and I know people are going to hate for that, but I don't like it when CIG kind of blankets all over one thing.
Yeah, I think it'll do anything. I think you could pull a Pulse in there, a Nova tank in there. I think it's gonna take care of it just fine. Yeah. Lady
Violet says if it fits, it fixes. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, I think, and again, that sort of goes back to that systemic nature of things, right? If it fits, it sits. If it fits, you can fix it, right? And I would hope the same applies to ships like the Kraken and stuff in the future, where even though, it's more for medium ships, let's say you are able to land a Caterpillar on there precariously, you should be able to, fix it or repair it. I do think it's going to work that way. And by the way, everyone, thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subscribes tonight. We are ticking right along. Tico Rico just followed. Do appreciate that. We are only 14 away from our 8,200 follower goal. So thank you. Okay, next question. Let's power through some questions.
Dillman94 asks, do you think the Ironclad is going to be the Perseus for Best in Show?
Yes.
I think it's going to be. I think. Well, because it's now 4 of them. Correct? Mm-hmm. They do the top 4 instead of just the top 1. If it was the top 1, yes. If not, I do think they're going to be, because they're going to be in different categories, I believe. I think they're both going to make it for sure.
I think they'll both be in that top. Well, you know what? actually the Ironclad does have one bad thing working against it. It's split across 2 variants. And if you know from the Best in Show thing, they really stay variant specific on that. So that could hurt the Ironclad. The Perseus still an incredibly amazing ship. I think one of CIG's best ever. So it could have something going for it. Yeah.
So let's see here. Kipsic001 asks, do we know how well armored the assault is for the Ironclad?
I don't think we've seen any numbers for it. I mean, I would assume that it's got at least a 30% uplift on armor and stuff over the base. I would think something substantial enough, like 30-40% more maybe. Oh, there's another donation. Rough Gaming, longtime Star Jump supporter, coming in with a $70 donation towards the Merchantman and the RSI Perseus. Rough Gaming, thank you, buddy. I do appreciate your generosity tonight. Thank you very much. Pushing us to $9,700. Incredible. Next question, Art. I love this community. This is a great group of people.
They're great people, man.
They're good people. It's a good crowd here.
They're good people.
It's a good group.
It's the best group around. A little biased, but whatever.
I'm very biased.
Altzilla SC asks, how much bigger is the assault entrance? So how much bigger is that entrance? Do we know?
That's a good question. We don't know because the model, let me pause there. I don't remember checking the hollow model ramp size, but I do feel like that would have caught my eye. So I do think that they are, at least in the hollow model from the original concept mesh, they're the same size. But Kenjin and SC saying 2 extra meters wider than the base version. I think that would be awesome if that's the case. I don't know if that was answered in a Q&A or not, but I would love for that to be the case. Yeah. Any other Ironclad specific questions? We may not get to every question tonight, everyone. I was informed by my wife via text that my daughter's a little under the weather tonight, so I probably won't go super long on the show. But we'll do another 30-40 minutes here, and so we probably won't get to every question, but when we do our our big show on Thursday, we'll circle back and get questions again.
Mountain Stunner 1479 says, though I RP as a Drake hater, sorry, that's terrible.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna finish the question, honestly. Is what
I would.
Okay. I'm happy for all looking forward to the Ironclads. The team always does a great job on Drake ships. What will be the biggest drawback for the Ironclad?
I actually think its biggest drawback is going to be its one divisive, controversial aspect, and some people really don't like this in ships, and that is the asymmetric, flight position, flight control piloting position, being off to the far left-hand side via the control or the command module.
That's going to be a pretty big blind spot.
It's a big blind spot. It also is it's VMXEO says it won't have ornithopter wings. It's true.
That's a fact.
But I think that even with the Caterpillar, it's a love it or hate it thing. Some people love it, some people don't. I do like it. I think it's really cool, but some people just do not like it. I mean, there's some tried and true do not like asymmetric stuff. People that play this game, so I think that's going to be kind of a divisive thing for the Ironclad. Other than that, I don't see a lot of negatives. The only other thing I've seen is some people criticizing the whole secure storage area as being maybe a little kind of strange and undefined. But what I'm hoping is that secure storage area is also maybe a little bit shielded against scanning. That would be kind of cool.
Or requires hacking.
Yeah.
To get into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't just blow it open and get in there.
Yeah. 1 second here. Go ahead and get to the next question. I'm just responding to a text from my wife. My daughter's okay, everyone, by the way. Appreciate it. She's just a little under the weather today.
Kengen NZ, I butchered that, and I am sorry. Question, do you think the medical bay should be on both Ironclads instead of a secure lockup?
Great question. Do you want to take that one first? I do have an opinion on that.
I don't think it should have one. The big thing is CIG did this whole big push with putting medical beds and everything.
Yeah.
And I think once we get to Death of a Spaceman and stuff like that, if you start putting medical on everything, then what's the purpose of the Apollo? What's the purpose of the hospital ships? I understand different tiers of medical, but if we start putting, medical on everything, then it kind of takes away those ships that have a medical for a purpose.
Yeah, I would probably...
Plus you could totally load a vehicle that's medical in there, and
Yeah, I would probably just across the board agree with that. One thing I would maybe say, and I've heard a lot of people argue with me against this. Actually, I remember me and Ender got into a little kind of debate about this, and I could see the point he was making. I had my own points, but one of the things I had talked about back then was that much how crafting stations work, where you can put them on the cargo grid, so you can essentially turn any ship into a crafting ship. I've always felt that way about medical beds, to the point where maybe not tier 1, but I was always thinking like maybe tier 3 medical beds. Is that the least powerful ones? I always forget. Yeah. The tier 3 medical beds, I would like to be able to put them on any ship in the cargo area, as long as there's grid space for them, with the negative that they maybe pull a little bit of power from the ship. But I personally would like that flexibility. That way you could turn an ironclad into a mobile hospital ship or something like that. The counter argument to that, and I think this is what Ender made, and I get the counter argument, and it does make a lot of sense, is you do sort of take away some of the specialness of a medical ship. And I do think that's a good critique of that, or a good counter to that debate. But again, I like the flexibility, and I would love to walk into someone's ship. Let's say they have a Hercules, and to see them outfitting it as a medical ship. Like, that would be kind of cool for me. You know what I mean? So if you see a Hercules flying around or an ironclad, you don't really quite know what you're dealing with. Is it a cargo ship? Is it a crafting ship? Is it a medical ship? I don't know. I would kind of like that. All right. Let's go to the next ship on the discussion docket. Okay, again, we're not going to get to every question, everybody, but I promise I'll get to them on Thursday. You know I always come back to these. Let's talk about, the ship. The big, the bad.
The one, the only.
The only ship that really matters in this game. C Daddy CIG knows this as well. He agrees. I can speak for him in this regard. He completely agrees. Best ship coming to the game, for sure. The Drake Kraken. The multi-role light carrier. Yes, I said light carrier. It's considered a light carrier. But it is Drake's capital ship. Okay, this is the big bad boy. A lot of people say the counter to the Idris. I look at it as a very different ship from the Idris in terms of its how it should be used. But we'll see. Lady, because you knocked out that massive donation, I'm going to grab your question right from chat. It says, Lady says, Grim, do you have a guess on what the size might end up being for the Kraken? Yeah, I'll definitely address that actually really quick. And how I'm going to do this, I'm going to swing over to Hangar.link or Star Jump Fleet Viewer. We're going to bring up two things. We're going to bring up the Kraken, and we're going to bring up a landing pad, and we're going to go to the capital landing pad. Okay, so bring that in. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab both of those objects and put them to top-down view so that they're size specific. Okay, I'm going to grab our Kraken. I'm going to bring it to the front. Now, the Kraken is currently 270 meters long in its concept. I did ask Gavin Rothery, the designer of the Kraken. He did confirm it is 2 metric. Okay. If I put this over the capital landing pads, you will see that it just fits. It just fits. Now, what I think that means is that it won't grow. If it does grow, it might grow like a meter or two. John Crew has also said that the Kraken has plenty of unused space inside of it, so it doesn't need to grow from a lack of space. It can't really grow from a landing pad size. However, and remember, they want the Kraken to be able to land. If the Kraken was to get substantially bigger, like push to 285 meters or 295 meters or something like that, you really start getting in a place where the capital landing hangars have to grow and scale to accommodate the Kraken. I'll tell you this, Lady Violet, I personally hope it doesn't grow anymore because I want to be able to land the ship in the capital hangars. I don't want to have to always dock it. So that's my personal hope, is that it stays at that 270 meter mark so that we can land it anywhere. That's my current thinking. So going back to the Kraken here, though, release the Kraken. Drake's first capital ship is here. You're welcome. I think that was the best statement CIG could have made. They have the amazing trailer here. You've seen it many times. I don't think we need to watch it. Again, power to the people for private or corporate protection. Again, this is being positioned as that mobile base. This is that mobile headquarters ship. Okay, if any ship was going to be the mobile space station ship, this is it. Okay, we just got a $50 donation from Groza for art supplies for St. Jude and towards the Merchantman and Starlines attack. Groza, thank you very much. I salute you. Thank you for that $50 donation. Amazing, pushing us to $9,750. Could we hit 10K tonight? It's possible. We got a crazy, we actually have a kind of insane audience with us today. Kind of an insane audience. C Daddy says so much room for activities. I agree. The ship has a lot of space in it for sure. Okay. Says this here. Our designers tapped into the same intensive consumer outreach practices that conceived the Vulture and pulled forth the unyielding spirit of protection. The Kraken is the result. Going into lore for a minute, remember that Drake is now led by a new CEO, Andon Arden. I believe I got his name right. And Andon Arden is trying to push Drake away from the pirate supporting sort of company to more the power for the people militia sort of company. I sort of consider it a blue collar company, right? They're making ships for the people. Okay, that's sort of the lore change there. In these two images here, you can see the Dragonfly repair bay or the Dragonfly deployment room, as well as one of the two interior hangars on the starboard side of the ship here, housing a Buccaneer. Okay. Going to the cross section of the ship here again, you can see this is a massive ship, cavernous ship here. It's got 5 manned and 4 remote turrets positioned at strategic vantage points around the ship. They provide the firepower to blow even the most daunting frigate out of the sky. We do not know if the ship is getting PDCs. I certainly hope it does, but we don't know if it is. I believe someone in my Discord, and I want to credit them, stand by. Lecro reminded me, showing me the Perseus Q&A, that CIG did confirm that manned turrets as well as remote turrets will both have the ability to be AI bladed at some point. So I do think that will help this ship. It does have a high crew requirement from the turret situation alone. Okay, moving on. Can I close that? Oh, yeah, there we go. It has a spacious multi-purpose hangar, can keep your org topped off with fuel and supplies, spring serious firepower on unsuspecting interlopers, and accommodate a wide variety of vessels. If it fits, it sits. Remember, there are 2 internal hangars on the starboard side. A lot of people don't know that because they're kind of hidden. In addition to that, it has 6 versatile landing pads supporting a varied fleet sort of setup. 4 pads suit smaller fighters, while the 2 upper platforms accommodate medium-sized ships. CIG has pointed out that you can land a large ship up on that deck as long as the profile of the landing gears fit that space. Again, if it fits, it sits. Moving on. The command bridge here is your flying fortress, or command your flying fortress in comfort and with confidence from the state-of-the-art bridge that redefines what it means to captain a capital class vessel. I do think CIG is going to pull out all stops on making this one of probably, let's be honest, probably the one of the most epic bridge views in all of Star Citizen. Because not only are you looking out over the ship, you're looking out over an active flight deck, which is pretty cool. GearCon in chat says, hey, Grim, those side bays, what other than a buck can fit in there reasonably? I believe they are small landing pads in there. So I think you could probably squeeze something up to like, you know, an Intrepid, maybe a Nomad in there. But I think that's about it. I think that'll be the extent. Got a cargo bay. Let's talk about the cargo bay here. Whatever your fleet or cargo needs, the massive main cargo hold has you covered with combined capacity of 3,792 SCU of cargo. It's about 1,000 SCU cargo less than a whole C, but it's a substantial amount of cargo. The Kraken can adapt to nearly any mission, industrial concern, or business venture. Again, one of the things I love about the Kraken is CIG seems to be positioning it as a flexible capital. Again, it's one of the reasons that this became the first capital ship I bought is its flexibility. Sure, it can be combat focused. It can be industrial focused, support focused, all that kind of stuff. I love that about this ship. From a dollar standpoint, I think it's one of the safest capital ship purchases because it's got flexible usage. Dragonfly Bay, probably the most controversial aspect of the ship. It says here, the rear of the ship consists of a vast cargo hold and bay designed as a one-stop shop for dragonflies or other small vehicles capable of rapid dynamic deployment. I've heard a lot of people ask that this room be modular. CIG could do that. They could surprise us with that. I don't think anyone would be upset if this room became a modular room. That has not been stated as of this point, though. It is still going to be a Dragonfly Bay for all intents and purposes, or at least that we know of. They have not said anything to the contrary of that. I've heard a lot of people say they've said that, but the last official information we have is that it is a Dragonfly Bay, and it's got a unique way of deploying dragonflies and retrieving them. Again, that could change. Again, I do personally hope it becomes a modular room with a few different types of modules. And then last year on the cutaway, engineering. Easy access to the ship's engineering platform lets your crew effortlessly keep the engine stoked and your flying fortress going strong. If any of you remember the PU monthly report, you will remember that they talked about the engineering room as a core room, a pillar room, and one that is getting a lot of attention, okay? A lot of attention. So be prepared for that. Going into some stats on this, the ship has a max crew number of 10. I think you could go up from that with new engineering requirements and stuff like that. Again, cargo capacity at 3,792. The ship is 270 meters long, 64 meters high. That is a tall ship, everybody. That's like standing a Connie up on its back end in terms of height. Okay, so very tall and 104 meters wide. Okay, on the width side of things, that is 104 meters. That's like a Perseus wide, which is crazy to think about. It's a big ship. Thank you for those follows, by the way. Tonk Miko Kev for the follows. Do appreciate that. And Texas Horny Toad just had a 3-stream streak. Thank you very much, Texas. Appreciate you. Yeah, so I do think this max crew number will go up. I do think that will go up. You can see some of the images from the Kraken here, including that epic bridge shot there. Again, I think this has the capability of being one of the coolest bridge layouts in all of Star Citizen. Please, CIG, please do not mess this bridge up. Please. Hopefully John Cruz getting that message. Ben Curtis, please, this has to be the coolest bridge setup you've ever done. Make it happen, okay? Again, some more images here of the Kraken. You can see the two. A lot of people have been confused if this is a large landing pad. It is still technically designed around carrying the Cutlass series of ships, which are medium ships at 38 meters long. You can see the two pads here, 5 and 6, labeled appropriately for medium ships. Okay. Moving on the pictures here, another bridge shot. Again, it's going to be so cool looking out over that active flight path. Moving on here, you can see the ship in action. You can get a sense of scale here with the little characters on the flight decks out here servicing ships. Again, a very big ship. This is the one of the internal starboard hangars that houses a Buccaneer or any appropriate sized ship. Again, with full repair, rearm, refuel capability. Another beauty shot. Another beauty shot. Another cool shot. This technically, I think, was used for the the Kraken Privateer stuff. We'll go on the Privateer in a later stream. Yeah, just a big monster. A lot of people are excited for this. There's that Dragonfly Bay. Again, I do think it's the perfect room to make a modular room. In terms of space, there has been a lot of discussions on what other rooms could come to the Kraken. John Crew did mention that a medical facility of some type will come to the Kraken. That goes with that. It makes a lot of sense. Art, I don't know if you have any other ideas for other rooms, but if I had to guess, I would say the Kraken will receive an armory and a brig.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
That seems pretty like almost a requirement for a ship like this. But are there any other rooms you could see this ship getting?
Um, I, I think we're going to see something that has to do with refueling, fuel storage, something.
Mm-hmm.
I know they kind of showed that one image.
Yeah.
But we don't know if that's still in there, if it still exists or not.
This room here.
I think, yes, I think fabrication, as someone mentioned in chat, Rabbit mentioned, I think absolutely we're going to see some sort of fabrication. But yeah.
One of the things CIG did talk about in one of their previous PU monthly reports, Zendul, they did announce the Kraken. It is in production for release next year. One of the things they did mention is that they were rearranging, rescaling some of the rooms that were less important to gameplay, that were maybe just too big or occupied too much space in the ship, but that didn't really have any gameplay associated.
Shields are off. Radar contact. Shields are on. Shields are off. Shields are on. Shields are off.
Hello, how you going?
What's going on, man?
Oh, so much shit going on with the crafting at the moment.
Yeah, I still got a bunch of blueprints and stuff to learn, but I've been forced to try and do it solo, so it's kind of go to my organization thing. Yeah, the odds of running into like someone doing Star Wars as well is kind of random.
Just what you were doing. I was like, oh shit, nice.
Yeah, I was doing StarCraft like a few years ago. No one knew what StarCraft was, and then I was like, you know, CIG wants Star Wars to be a thing. Like they keep adding stuff to the game, and so it's just.
I mean, we just got what, the N1 fighter, so.
Let's see. I need to do screen share. Probably have to do a couple screen shares. I'm probably gonna have to just kill myself and
Self-destruct.
go back to New Babbage. But I'll show you this thing because you said that you're making an org sheet or something. But I've been making this while I'm at work, just kind of like reading up on lore, trying to make sure like it works okay. But I don't know if you see.
To be
this.
fair, I should probably actually read what you put.
Yeah. See, but like this page right here, I try to make it a little bit funny, but it started off as just like normal Star Wars stuff, no big deal. And then we kind of like were altering the lore a little bit to try and make the clones like fit into Star Citizen a little bit more. So like in this, it's basically like the clones have existed for a while and they like rebelled and kind of like are farmers and you know, they're just like doing stuff. It's supposed to be like a simple kind of deal, but the I gotta find the ranks. Because I made a guild like this in another game like a long time ago based on Rome, and I let anyone kind of like fight for the right to rule. And I like the idea of the Star Wars thing kind of like doing the same deal. But need settings. So like you see all this, the ranks and shit.
Oh yeah.
So we kind of like changed this up a little bit over and over, but instead of like having, you know, originally you had like, you know, the Supreme Chancellor as like the head, but we ended up like dumping it down and just making it the Marshal, because essentially you're just making it to where, you know, whoever's in charge of the army is kind of like the Supreme Chancellor. But you can go back to the Supreme Chancellor if you want. Not a big deal. But in this, we have like the Kolvadar, which are like those mercenaries that Jango Fett hired to like train the military. So like those are the guild
Oh, you're deep
officers.
in the lore then, Jesus.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not like a super nerd, but I trust, like the last game that I played when I did the Roman thing, it took 4 or 5 fucking years. The guys who are like role players were like, well, how does this fit into the game lore? You know, like what? Yeah, why is Rome in this fantasy world? And you had to be very fucking, you know, it's infuriating, man. But I was like, fuck it, you know, it's simple. And then it's also because a lot of people don't like wearing like white in this game. So you need like a reason to have people that like aren't in like white all the time and stuff. So like mercenaries and shit, they're the trainers. There's quite a few of those, but how this is set up is like rank 0, you have like independence, so like anyone can wear basically any armor that they want. They can be allies, they could be industrial people, whatever. And then like rank 1 is like flight crew. Those are guys that are like doing turrets and like flying helicopters and shit on you know, carriers and stuff. And then you got, you know, the sergeant, lieutenant, captain ranks and the commanders for like the different colors of the clone troopers. But then the spec ops, you're using it as a tag, so they manage applicants to the org. But you have like your commandos, your ARC troopers, and your like null ARCs. So it'd be like your lieutenant, captain, and commander ranks. If they have the spec ops tab, they become like the commandos, the ARCs, and the null ARCs. And then like your flight crew, if they have a Spec Ops tag, they're like your ace pilots and like your best fighters, your best flyers, stuff like that. And then if you have like independent operator with a Spec Ops tab, that's like an org leader or something, like an alliance member. But
Hey.
gotta run to my hangar.
And one thing I could think of if you want to make it like fit in with the lore in a way is like Star Wars Galaxy Far Far Away, right?
Yeah.
It could be that this like whatever his legion of troopers went into the what's it called, the unknown regions and found a jump gate, and that led to Stanton essentially.
Okay. That can make sense.
Which
I don't
sort
know the lore
of
that well
brings
to
it
know
up
about
on-
jump gates and stuff. But,
I mean, they're multiple systems apart, and they. I mean, without a dedicated drive, you don't even know what they are until you've gone through them.
The capsule will be leaving the station momentarily.
yeah, the thing, like, I'm gonna try and show you the armor and stuff for this that I kind of like made, but it's not perfect. And they use like the Wicklow backpack, but
Or Fog Wicklow.
I don't know. Well, yeah, the backpack isn't that bad, and you can craft like the ASD set now, so you can get the backpack easier, I guess. But I tried the snow snipe. I was trying to farm the snow snipe for him, which is pretty easy to get to. But it was bugged, barely worked, and hit like a limp noodle. But all the like the Aslacans and stuff like that, there's like pretty simple crafting recipes for those. The Aves armor, there's crafting recipes for. The Monday armor, you can get a crafting recipe for the white arms and legs that I'm using. But the fleet, basically, I don't know how many people like you have and stuff, or how many you wanted to get together. But you know, like an amphibious assault fleet, like for like the U.S. military and stuff.
I'm thinking Marines that you coming on like RHIBs and stuff.
Yeah, it's like, you know, just Marines storming beaches and things. So that's what I based it off of originally. But I've kind of like cut down, and I don't have like fuel production stuff or anything like that anymore. But I don't really care to like control it necessarily. I like testing weapons and different combinations of ships and stuff, and like I want to be doing FPS, but there's not like a ton of FPS people, and just having like a big white wave of like FPS guys on the ground would be badass.
Yeah, like I'm part of like 2 orgs, like my main one, and then one I do on the side, which is like full milsim.
Yeah.
And even they got a few members, and like 70% of them are all in the like Navy side of things. They're always flying something. It's like, well, I get that, but the FPS is all there. There's so much to do.
Dude, I've been having the same fucking arguments for like for 10 fucking years, man. It's like, and I've tried so many things. I tried to open a casino a long time ago. I tried to open like a mine, like a salvage operation, like a store for people. I tried to convince people that like we could trade in things besides UAC and like make it an in-game economy, and like there's like so much shit.
To the ASOP
But the FPS, I've been getting more and more into it, and it's like every time, especially this group I've been playing with, they're basically doing the same thing I'm doing, but they're like all kind of know-all-y, like they know all the information, and like your input doesn't really matter, but like
Everything good?
Be sure to visit Wally's bar at the
they
Promenade.
are
Only a
like
quick ride on the metro.
chipping away. Like when I suggest things, they like steal some of the ideas, but they like turn them into these fucking monstrosities. And
Hello.
but I can't convince them to do FPS. Like they're very focused on light fighters, which that's how it's been for like 10 years. I don't know how long you've played, but
Hi, and
Welcome to
I've
New
been
Ravage.
around on and off since about 2016, so yeah.
Yeah, you get it.
From the best
But
in
the
shopping,
the answer to
dining,
light
and
fighters has been around for a
Be sure
long
to
time.
visit
It's just
Savage's
nobody plays that
renowned
way, and for me,
promenade.
it's the countermeasures. So now we have the pepper box, and so I've been trying to tell them, like, if you get a fleet of bigger ships and you don't go full fucking
Be
PDCs,
sure to explore all
you
the
can
Savage
pepper
has to
box and
offer.
like out,
Whether
like
it's
you
the
basically
latest
you
in
just
cutting-edge
run out their
technology,
countermeasures. They
or
either
the
have to
fusion
run
of
off or you just
award-winning
win.
gardens.
And
This city of tomorrow has a lot
I haven't
going
been
on
able to
today.
convince them to do any of that, and a lot of them,
Hey,
you know,
what's
it
up?
would open you up to torpedo strikes, but that's also like a piloting issue. But the FPS
I mean,
side of
that,
this
that
is
sort
like,
of comes into like having multiple ships. So if you like your main fleet, and then you have something like a what are they called? Not flanking. It's like a they come in and just essentially just PDCs against torps and everything. Like it's like one ship specifically set up for it, and everything else is just as you said.
yeah. Well, like it's the same thing the U.S. military does. It's like some of the stuff is like World War II. So like the Perseus to me is like an escort destroyer. The Polaris is kind of more like a regular destroyer. But those are like your anti-air screens, and like they can like protect you. And then it's like everyone in the game, they got like the Call of Duty mindset where it's like they all have to be the best. So like they see an enemy ship and then they go and like headbutt it, and they see who wins, just like headbutting each other to death. Where it's like you could go in with two Perseus and a Polaris, you space them out to where the torpedoes hit at the same time. Torpedo strike, like jump out. Torpedo strike, jump out. You don't even have to try and engage them. Or like people could jump out, one of them stays in, they re-jump back in to close the distance in a different direction. You know, there's like tactics that you could use that would be really cool. Plane strikes, eclipses. But the Dragonfly thing has been big the last like week or so, because I've been trying to do like 500k bounty missions and stuff by myself for a long time. And even when I managed to get like 5 or 6 people together, it went terribly because no coordination is bad. But you go and do a Dragonfly, you can just ride up to the NPC and shoot it with a rocket launcher. Done. And that stuff is pretty cool. I guess I can, before I show you, I'm guessing you can still see the
You're on Hangerlink here.
yeah. Because I'll show you this, because I don't have any specific like place I want to be or anything in this. I'll probably be like an engineer. I kind of just want to like repair ships and like loot stuff and like FPS, but oh, this is not what I thought it was. I don't know about that one. I think they changed it or something. Okay. I guess they updated this. I don't know how this works anymore.
Yeah, this is weird. What the fuck?
So I already kind of have a system I thought about, because like Star Citizen kind of, there's a lot of things that are done in like 16s, but I don't think, like the guys that I've been hanging out with, like they're obsessed with like fully manning capital ships, so they want like 30 to 60 people just like sitting on an Idris all day. and I'm not for that life. But I think like the Idrises and stuff are like transports. If you have like a fighter squad or a mining group or something, they earn an Idris, they put their fighters and stuff on it, that becomes their own ship, and they can fly that around to like do whatever. But I've been focused on the ground game because everyone's obsessed with ship combat and like big ships in this game. I'm focused on FPS, so I want to control the ground, and I want to like steal people's shit. Like when people have like a javelin or a bingle, I want to board it and take it. It's gonna be the biggest fucking high of my life. But I don't want to make this stuff too complicated, but this stuff scales. It's basically so like this, it's kind of the simplified version of this, but essentially it's an amphibious assault fleet, but it scales. So from 2 players all the way up to like 200 players. And this is just like the bare bones of it, kind of how it works. And literally how it's kind of set up now is like these Carracks are essentially like long-range drop ships, kind of like the LAATs from Star Wars, but they're not like on a carrier. Like they're not like, basically they're taking the place of LAATs. But you can like put 4 guys on those.
Yeah. I'm assuming you can fit a wide variety of vehicles in the front.
Yeah, you can. I mean, it depends on what you want to stick in there. I mean, you can put like 8 Cyclones or Rocks in there. You can put like 4 Ursas or something in there. You can put like 6 Furies in the front. You can load the whole thing down to Furies and have like 18 in there. You can do MPUVs and tractors for like utility. You can put Pisces in there. You can put Geos all over in there. You can put Dragonflies, which is probably one of the best vehicles in the game, especially with the FPS stuff. But minimum crew of like 4, and right now basically that's going to be like commando groups. So your commandos or whatever would be in this, just like guys that you trust. And then you have, you know, room for a couple of extra guys, but they operate out of the Legionnaire or the Liberators. So in this situation, you have, say, 2 commando teams, 4 apiece, and then you have a Liberator that needs 2 people, and then the Liberator has 16 jump seats in it. So you're gonna have 2 squads of 8, and then 2 sergeants managing the Liberator, and then they can board the Carracks or whatever and get dropped on the ground, or they can like, all the transports aren't in here, but basically, you know, we're gonna have at least like 4 Legionnaires, at least 2 Valkyries, probably 4 Redeemers, depending on if they can stay on the Kraken or not. And then you'll have another Kraken that has 4 Gladiators, 2 Eclipses, and then a deck for fighters, which I have paints for like $12 that could sit on there. But essentially, it's a fleet that has a shit ton of transports for FPS. So it's all about moving troops around and moving cargo and looting and raiding and like doing all that shit. And then like these crucibles, don't know what the crew is necessarily, but I'm assuming, you know, it hasn't marked as like 8 or 9 right now. So you'll have a captain or whatever, or not captain. You'll have like a lieutenant or whatever. So the blue guy and this with a squad on each of those. And then those both have 2 different units. So you can go for 1 or you can go for 2. If you don't have enough people for all these, you can bring this down to the 4 commandos. And then you just need, you know, 2 extra guys for this or whatever. And if you don't have enough for all the carracks, you can cut carracks out until you only have 1. Or you can just cut all the carracks out and just run a liberator. Or if you don't have enough people for that, you can just do the Krakens. If you don't have enough for that, you can just run this side thing. But basically, you're going to have a shit ton of craft and stuff for like planetary assaults and like farming and looting and all that stuff. And then, but I'm testing it right now is the Polaris and stuff. I never really use it. But now that mining and stuff is kind of a thing, I'm seeing minables all over that are kind of like potentially useful for crafting. So instead of running full teams on ships, like people want to fully crew a Polaris or whatever, 90% of the time, never really have a full crew for this, and it kind of sucks anyway. If you could strap size 8 turrets to a Polaris, you probably would. And so the Perseus act as an extension of the Polaris. So we're looking for like 2 guys on the Polaris, 2 guys on each of these, and then if you're really, you know, have enough guys, you can put 3 apiece. But then it's like if someone destroys 1 Perseus, you can fully crew a 2nd Perseus. If they destroy both Perseus, you can fully crew a Polaris. So they just put their medical spawns on the Polaris, and these all work as 1 ship. And then the geos, you can put golems. So like right now I'm looking to put 4 golems up here for mining. You can put like a couple of transports up here for like long range transports. And you can put like a bunch of Furies in the bottom, or you can put you know, salvage ships or, you know, whatever else in the bottom. But the Furies right now are the idea. So this kind of gives you like a fighter wing. And this is just like for defense. But all of this should be able to land on planets and stuff. And then the Endeavor is kind of like of a more modern idea. But this is just kind of like what you, it's like your high command, basically. It's just like looking around. I figure the telescope eventually is going to give us some data that we could use. And the fleet is multi-purposed, basically. So if you want to like repair, rearm, refuel ships, you can. If you want to like steal ships, you can put them on the decks and like put them off. If you're not doing a big operation where you need a bunch of, you know, troops and moving around, you're not doing a big farming event, you just take all the transports off, and now you have a bunch of landing pads you can use for other stuff. It has over like 10,000 SU of cargo space. You know, like there's a ton of shit, like countless amounts of vehicles that you can put in these things to drop off. And more recently, it's got to the point where like I've noticed that apparently there's more spots than I had in my head right now. So potentially, I mean, a minimum 2 Valkyries, potentially 4 Redeemers, and then you have 2 empty hangar bays at the bottom that you could put mining vehicles or whatever else in this Kraken. And then the other one, deck of fighters, Pisces craft, gladiators, 2 Eclipses. That's like your fighter group is on this side. And then you can have SRV and Vulcans or whatever in combination with this repair ship. And then you have 4 Legionnaires on top of the 2 Liberators for like boarding parties and moving troops around on surfaces and stuff. And then you can kind of put whatever in these carracks. And then there used to be like a Starfarer for like fuel and all that shit, but you know, still kind of like cutting things out. Like there's a Paladin for like ground support, but could get rid of that at some point. But ideally, you get like a bunch of people. So like y'all guys, if y'all are interested, take over one of the Krakens or whatever else, and then farm up and earn an Idris or earn a Polaris or whatever you want, and then y'all get y'all's own ship, and we kind of like expand off of that. So you get a bunch of groups with their own big capitals, and then this is just for grounds and like farming, and we all just share it and bring new people in, put them in gear, drop them off. But when you're like running this fleet, like if you're going to use like new people, literally 2 guys managing the ground vehicles and supplies on here and like flying the helicopters, 2 guys on here, potentially, you know, a couple of people on these if you need them or if you don't, and then potentially like 8 to 10 people per Kraken, and then 6 people for these ships. So you're looking at like 20 to 30 people. And then it's just, if you have the extras, you could take like 100 new players and stick them on here and fill all this. You're going to have you're going to have tons of drop seats to move people around. You're going to have tons of medical respawns, tons of ground vehicles to deploy, and then even these additional ships to crew. And then on top of that, any other ships people have earned. So I thought it was a pretty good baseline.
Yeah, the huge one I can see with the Kraken is like most of what you got there.
Yeah.
Future expansions can essentially just land on it. Doesn't need to be perfect. But we're gonna get like physicalized refueling and rearming and stuff like that, so it's not a menu.
Yeah.
So if it can land and it's got the resources aboard, you don't even need Starfarers.
Yeah, I'm hoping we don't need refuel, but the thing is that originally when I was working on this, it's all about land invasion and stuff. So like I was trying to build ground bases and like farm, you know, land mineable resources and raid bases and stuff. And they had citizen cons where they talked about base building, and then the cheapest, fastest thing to build was like a fuel generator. And so the only thing that I have to transport fuel from the ships to the ground would be Vulcans. And then that depends on where we can stick those, because if they don't fit in the Crucible or something like that, you're going to have to ship in the fuel to drop off. But you might be able to put one on the deck. You might be able to put one in the Crucible. I don't know. But you need shipments of fuel to go in and drop things off. But this is a lot of fuel. And then ground vehicles could potentially need fuel in the future too. But it's...
What is it? The smallest building vehicle is what, the CRV or something? The Argo. They got a fab version with small drones.
Yeah, that's a small one, but they keep hinting at a bigger vehicle that makes large buildings, and that's what I'm looking for. But then even this is like, I take inspiration from like military army bases and stuff. So like these liberators are supposed to have like point defense turrets on them or something, like automated turrets. And so like we got like a couple of MDC, you know, PDCs for like defense. So if you wanted to set up like a ground base, it's essentially just like drop the Carrack down, drop the fucking thing down, drop the Crucible down. You got medical facilities, you got anti-air turrets, you got automated turrets, you got PDC defenses, you got repair capabilities. And then you unload like a couple of ballista, a couple of tanks, and then you have like your ground vehicles for random shit or mining or whatever. And so this becomes base 1, base 2, and then you can drop a Kraken down or whatever if you need to, or they can stay in space. And this chill with these, like dock the Polaris and shit on these. And then ideally, like you earn a second Polaris at some point, and you just have like multiple groups. So you'd have like 6 of these or 4 of these or whatever. Make a little hub. But the thing is, like, everyone thinks about ships as it's like my ship, my thing, and then they want to like run it at people. And I think of them as tools. Like, these are, if eventually in this game, if we have to go really far away from our spawns, every piece of equipment matters. Every fighter that you lose matters. And so it's like literally you go in with FPS because you can respawn and stuff. You can destroy ships and things with like rocket launchers. You need repair capabilities to keep your fleet healthy. And then this stuff is like, okay, we got an enemy Perseus coming in, send an Eclipse, bomb it, boom. We got fucking enemy medium large ships coming in, send in gladiators and stuff, bomb it, boom. We got an Idris coming in, like torpedo strike, boom. Like just try to like hit it hard and keep moving. And then once this stuff gets on the ground, the javelins and stuff can't land on the ground. So it's hopefully.
And a huge thing I still look into is the where the game's gonna be as well, because a lot of this, where you said there's like 6 to 8 people on an Idris, not an Idris, Kraken, for example.
Yeah.
If they get NPC crews online, you might even just need one person, or eventually you might not need anyone on board, and it can fully self-operate.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I would, NPC would be crew would be cool, but you can't really rely on it necessarily. But my thing ideally is it's the same thing with the Idris is like, so like if you have fighters on this deck, because I made the same argument. The issue with the Idris is that everyone wants to fly like Hornets and Lightnings and shit, and you can only fit like 3 of them on the deck. But if you're going to put fighters on that, you can put, like a ton of Buccaneers or Arrows or anything like that, and you would have a ton of guys to crew your ship because they have their fighter on there. But this, you can put like, 10, 15 like Hornets or something on it. That's going to fully crew this ship. So it's like, yeah, you have bombers right here. So, like, if you have 4 gladiators, that's 8 pilots that you need for that. And then you have 2 eclipses, that's 2 pilots you need for that. But if you have 15 Hornets right here, those guys can crew those bombers, and they can crew that eclipse, and they become tactical options for those pilots. And then those guys are piloting this capital ship. So that's their ship. They're managing it, they're operating it, they're helping each other. And then the same kind of thing is like this ship. You'd need like those 8-10 guys for this, but you also got all your transports, so like your Valkyries and your Redeemers and all that. So like this is like your infantry. So all the extra players that are like coming on the event with you would be on here.
Yeah, the other problem I see with an Idris is, yeah, you can fit 5 fighters. You can fit a paladin in there. It's not a paladin, a Terrapin in there. But did you watch the Squadron 42 gameplay trailer? Was it last year or the year before?
Probably. I mean, it's a tight space, but
yes. So when they actually upgrade the Idris, from what I think we're gonna have is there's essentially 3 landing pads you have access to, and they have like sort of takeoff and landing capabilities of their own. Yeah. So that'll then limit you down to a limited amount of ships, of possibly limited class as well.
True. I mean,
so like in its current state, yeah, okay. Until you've got Kraken, then you just essentially sell off your Idris because it's worthless.
I like the Idris more for like, I haven't convinced anyone to do it, but I like it more for ground vehicles and stuff. Because like it's the only ship right now, like until the Liberator gets here, or like the Ironclad maybe, that can drop a ton of ground vehicles at one spot. But nobody will use ground vehicles because they say they're ass. I think ground vehicles are like the first line of defense. You drop the Idris down, you deploy the ground vehicles, you secure the area, and then when people come in with their fighters, you whittle them down with your ground vehicles, and once your ground vehicle's dead, you can come out. But like, if you go for the Star Wars element of it, you could put like hundreds of like Furies on an Idris, and they can fly over the top of each other, which like removes a lot of the problems the Idris has when it comes to like moving ships past each other and all that stuff. And then you can park them on the side. Like you can put at least 20 Furies down the side of the Idris, not even in the middle. So it's like, some of those things, if you saw a swarm of those, like, you could put, like, hundreds of dudes on there. But in the Fury Swarm, it'd be ridiculous. But... Okay,
Yeah,
so...
Furies are underrated at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they might nerf the weapon I was trying to use. I gotta dupe a bunch of fucking weapons, too, but the NN-14s or whatever, if you put them on the Fury, they don't run out of ammo. And,
Oh, the fuck, okay.
They don't really lose much damage if you go to, like, 1 power pip either. It drops by, like, 100. But, okay, let me store my bullshit here. This is that heavy set. It's not, like, perfect, but I was doing the best I could, and the issue I've ran into when it comes to, like, when you talk to people about Star Wars, some of them are like, I don't want to wear white or whatever, like, they don't want to wear, like, anything clone troopery, and then some of them are like, they won't wear anything but heavy armor, but that's, like, not really what a clone trooper is, necessarily. And
because ours is medium with a heavy helmet, just because that extra protection is extremely underrated.
Yeah, well, I think the mobility is what it is. And, like, once the game turns into, like, a production game, it's like, it's an attrition kind of thing. Like, lighter armor and stuff might be cheaper to build and maintain and all that good stuff. Like, this heavy armor is going to be useful, but, like, I don't need it on all the time. So, like, if you're in a low-risk area, you're fighting NPCs or something, you could probably just use, like, basic gear. But then when it comes to, like, PvP, put on the heavy. But, I think I lost this. I have a uniform that I was trying to make work for Commander, which is like the Ninetales Artemex core, because it also had orange and white, but and then like the Wicklow legs and stuff, but it wasn't great. I don't know if I... Yeah, but that's like, I have all these fucking helmets. I'm gonna get more of these bitches too, but not a lot of people. No one really uses this helmet. A lot of people don't like it. Going to show you the one with the... There's an executive undersuit that you can farm in Nyx. I was going to show you this one of this combo with it, but there's a few different ones. So, like, if you have the... yeah, they have these new Testudo legs. And Nyx as well. That's all the Ave shit.
Yeah, there comes with two problems when it comes to Star Citizen. You sort of like know exactly what's in the game, and then they add a lot of more stuff, and you start losing track.
Oh yeah. Well, I just started doing like CZs again, and I couldn't fucking remember shit. And I was like, what the hell? I haven't...
That helmet that you had for the sort of the ground crew stuff.
Yeah, it's like the Phase 1 clone trooper kind of helmet look is what I was going for, because they have that like crest and shit. But you can get these in different colors. So you got the blue one and stuff, which is more like, you know, Senate Guard or like Spec Ops or whatever. But then the armors that you can get for this are kind of like the lights don't match or anything. But then you have like, it also, you can get the orange and white, which is like the Commander kind of look.
I have a chest for that. I don't know if you have it. It goes from my fucking screenshots now.
Well, the Artemex stuff was like the closest that I could get. There's like a... There's an Artemex core that has like white and orange. But it's not really great, like, it didn't work super well, but it kind of worked. My inventory's all fucked up. Yeah, but like the Commander look, if you get the Artemex core, it kind of covers up a lot of this, but I'll show you. I was trying to find the arms for like for the glowy light stuff, but give me a second here. Because I haven't worn any of this since the patch hit, so it's kind of. I also have all these flight suits and stuff. If you wear this flight suit with the CB helmet, it kind of looks like the clone pilot from Clone Wars. A little bit.
Oh yeah. I'm scrolling through my images right now trying to find it.
I'll show you. So like this is one of the Aves arms. So like when I'm talking about color coded, it's like that. So that's like a sergeant.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, 'cause that's the green on the arms, but it matches. The work arms I can't fucking find.
Oh, there it is, right. That's the chest I'm thinking of for the orange helmet.
What is it?
I don't remember. I just got given it. And I think it's somewhere in Everest.
Well, you're not like sharing your screen, so I can't see. Oh, you sent me a picture.
Oh, I sent a DM, yeah, sorry.
Oh, that's Overlord. It matches. The only problem is that the helmet will glitch. If you use the crest,
yeah, so
it's big, so it'll like glitch in. That helmet that you're using, like I'm not opposed to that as a thing, but it's like it's white with gray, and like everything else that looks like Stormtrooper is like white and black, and so it kind of like threw it off for me. I was like, I don't know. But
yeah, that's the only issue we're really having is finding a suitable helmet.
So like this right here is like the lighty kind of like if you like lights all over your armor look, but there's an executive suit that you can get that's a darker black and it has gold things that go down the stomach right here. But you get the max flex and then you get the gold on the back and then the gold will go through the armor on the undersuit. But I really liked this look, okay? I liked this look a lot. And I also like it with the there's a Strata helmet that's like open face that looks really good with it. But I went back and forth on this a lot, and I was like more and more. I was like, it's really cool, but you can't do the ranking system, so it kind of sucks. But some of these armors probably won't be EVA compatible in the future, and this MacFlex is EVA armor. So you could do it where like these are space troopers, like your flight crew guys, and then your ground guys have the armor coating. I don't know. But the other one, so like you get this and you get... Basically I ended up doing the Inquisitor arms. It isn't perfect, but it works okay with it. Not great, but it's mostly because it looks very similar to the Aves arms. So like that's the Inquisitor, and then when you go over to the Aves, it has like the same kind of like blocky texture to it, but like this one is segmented, so it's not great. So like finding better arms and stuff would be good. but you got like, these are a bunch of the green ones. You have like the red markings for the captains, and then you have the blue or whatever for the lieutenants. So it gives you all the color patterns that you need. But this helmet, a lot of people don't like this helmet, but when it first came out, a lot of people said it reminded them of the clone troopers and shit.
I mean, yeah, that and was it the Roman helmets with the, like, the thing on top? That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah. Well, the clones had, like, a little crest on their head in the Clone Wars, but... yeah, I don't know. But this, it's also, like, this armor, it's light, so it's kind of hard to, you know, convince people to wear this, because it doesn't give them the protection, but you do have a lot of mobility and stuff. And the thing is, like, if you're going with the clone trooper kind of, you know, warfare style, and then I got to thinking about it too, is like, if you're opening up the group to the masses, like anybody can join and be a part of the event, you have to manage the random people on your ship because someone's going to go and like self-destruct it or something. So all you can do is like anybody wearing this armor is part of the group, but they're not meant to be anywhere near a fucking, like, they're not supposed to be on the Kraken inside of the cargo hold or anything like that. It's literally like they're there and they're fighting and they're farming. And like the backpacks, like the commando guys have the heavy backpacks, they can go get the loot or whatever. These guys are just like hired guns that give a little bit of extra pressure on the battlefield, but they don't have to know anything or whatever. They just shoot and scoot. And they die, you just, here's a cheap set of armor, put them on. If they try to rebel and like take over the ship, then you have heavy guys and hopefully you can kill them. I don't know. So, but I don't think it's terrible. I mean, it's pretty solid. No one wears the helmet too, which just makes it easier to like identify each other.
You see, I don't have a problem with the design of the helmet. It's just the sense of like how much bigger it is than the armor itself. The scale just seems sort of weird, if that makes sense.
I mean, that's what everyone tells me, but like it grew on me. I didn't like it when I first started wearing it, and then like now it doesn't look odd really to me at all.
Yeah, that's sort of similar to what I was saying. I'm like, a lot of this needs work, and then you wear it for a couple of days, and you're like, okay, I kind of love it.
I mean, it makes you a little taller, but that's the only thing that bugged me originally was like the lights and stuff on it. I was like, damn, that's not like super Star Warsy. But then the lights like grew on me, and I was like, you know what, fuck it. Like, part of the reason that like I'm going more and more into the white, I'm buying all the ship skins that are white. So like I already have like 20 like Fury skins that are white, and I used to have some of the other ones. I got like the white Perseus skins and stuff. We got like white Gollum skins. We got white fucking Terrapin skins. We got, you know, all kinds of shit that's white Valkyries and Asgards. And basically it's just because like I played for years where I was just like, I'm wearing dark colored armor with no lights on it and I'm hiding in shadows and shit. And then once I started wearing white, I was like walking up on groups of people and they had like fighters looking around, like, you know, making sure no one was coming. Nobody fucking saw me. And it's like, eventually it just feels like if you're wearing white in this game, you're putting your dick on the table and you're like, here I am, bitch. And then if you get a whole bunch of people like that, it's gonna look so fucking cool. Like you're gonna have like 100 people like marching across the battlefield and you're gonna be able to see them from space, like running across like little ants, and it's gonna be great. And it's like, you know, if a vehicle gets destroyed and you need to find it, the white's gonna be easier to find. If you got a, you know, unit of guys down and you need to find where they're at, like finding white specks are gonna be probably a little bit easier, and it makes sense in space. And then in the battlefield, it's like if everyone gets used to you being in white, they might not expect someone showing up in something different. And then so it's like, and it's like a sign of peace. Like, you're gonna trust this, you know, the white police force to come and save you. You know? Like,
Yeah, the 1,000 armed police force just dropping on the ground.
yeah, you know, you just drop off in mass number. You just have, like, you know, if you have this guy... Like, also part of it is, like, if you don't have a backpack or anything, and people know that you're just, like, a fucking bullet sponge, like, it's probably not even worth it to try and engage you in combat. But that's the other thing, is the dudes in the other Discord and stuff, they're all about, like, killing people. So, like, they want to kill them instantly and stuff. I want to open up, like, organic gameplay. Like, I want to communicate with people and stuff. So I started trying to build distortion builds. And then all of them were, like, calling my stuff shit and telling me it was terrible and stuff. But, like, I was running things that had more DPS to get shields down faster. And then I was distorting ships down. And it was, it worked really good if you had people working together in a group. But now I'm swapping to more situational distortion. So, like, I have, like, 1 or 2 turrets that are, like, distortion focused. So if you need to shut down a ship, you can. But I think the killing in the game gets out of hand. Like, people are just going and mosh pitting. I would like
we've got a bit too used to just backspacing.
Yeah, it's kind of... Like, there's a thing I've been trying to do for a while. The thing is that those guys in that Discord, they've been slowly taking my ideas, and then they basically cut me out of them, so I can't even, like, do any... I have no ability to like, do anything in that work. But, like, anytime I start working on stuff, I was like, you know, I'm going to try to do your Mondi farm. And then I work on it for, like, a week. I start trying to do it, and then one of them just instantly takes it over and, like, makes the idea shit. And he's like, they're, like, forcing people into slave labor to farm Idrises for their org. Whereas, like, my deal is we should be splitting the loot evenly so everybody can earn their own Idris or Polaris and stuff. They'll just take a little bit longer. You know, if they want to trade you their stuff, they can. And, when it comes, like, in Stanton, like, part of the thing was, like, people complain about piracy and stuff, so I wanted to try and make, like, a PvP area. You know, like, players can enforce the law themselves. We can do it. So I found an Onyx facility that's, like, right next to Klesher and right next to Hathor, and it's like, if you get enough people, you can farm Onyx, use it to spawn your ships and stuff on the hangar in there, and you can control Klesher, so you can keep pirates from breaking out, and then you can control Hathor and open it up for the public to farm, and then pirates would try to attack Hathor or whatever, and you'd have to defend it. But it's like, there's things that you can do in the community to, like, help other people, but people just don't do it, and it takes a little bit more effort. But
yeah, it's a big part of what we're trying to do. Is, like, our law is essentially, you know, the advocacy, essentially like the police force. In law, they're apparently really undermanned. So we sort of fill that gap between where the fleet's needed and where the advocacy is, like, understaffed. And we sort of do patrol routes. But that's actually a genius idea of just sort of keeping one area. Like, not going to steal it, don't worry. But just thinking about that, it's like, that opens up so many doors.
well, you can live out of anywhere. Like, I've tried to get people to do it for a while, but I did it myself. Like, when Jumptown was a big event, I lived out of Jumptown for a long time, and then I was like a hermit out there. I saw the big wars in the battlefield, and I would, like, sneak through there, you know, grab some dude's body or some, like, random shit that dropped on the ground and, like, go off and, like, hermit. I lived at Whistler's Crypt for a long time. I lived at Picker's Field for a long time. I used to watch, like, my pastime is, like, watching players just, like, living their life, and then just trying to figure out what the fuck they're doing, because, like, there's times where, like, you're looking at somebody and they're, like, running in circles for like an hour, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? Or like you try to be friends with them, and they try to stab you in the fucking back, and then you have to shoot them in the face with a shotgun. But you know, it's just, you know, you could do the same thing with like Pyro. You could take over one of the abandoned stations or like the red keycard spawn area, and like live out of it. You could do trade deals with other players and have them like come in and like have to physically give you items. If you don't have currency and you don't use like UEC, you can trade in like actual physical items, and then it becomes like a piracy thing. You know, you can do like Levski coins and stuff and do like the John Wick style of like coin for a favor. But
yeah, when it comes to Jump Town as well, like everyone's going to be PvPing. But what I'd love to think about is like having like a merchant one or something just sat in the area. Everyone sort of agrees that that's like a safe zone. You can buy your equipment there, and then just go back to fighting where you were before.
well, like no one's like doing any tactics when it comes to stuff too. So like the FPS side of things right now that I've started doing it more often, like the Dragonfly is like the #1 strongest, best vehicle in the game. And you can do a lot of NPCs missions with it easily. And I've ran up on so many players just like doing random stuff with the Dragonflies now. Like there's so many events where it's like I go and I park like, I don't know, like 20 kilometers away, and I drive in and like I literally just run up on like a full squad like loading loot into their vehicle or something. And it's like all you gotta do is like one like a boom tube shot or whatever, you know. Usually if they see you they'll try to kill you, but But no, I think this would be pretty cool because like all you are is like an armored, like a dude, and you got decent protection, decent mobility, and then you just have like lines of people. Going in, and then you have like your main groups going behind. But you already set up your org or whatever.
Sort of. It was designed as originally a sort of player hub where random people get together. And then we were like, yeah, not many people are actually joining because of that. So we're sort of doing a reshift at the moment of the entire back end.
Yeah, I don't even know how you get people to join orgs in this game. Like, well, I do, but usually my thing has been for 10 years. I find random people that are chill and cool, and like I add them up, and then we play together, and then I try to form groups. And if they do join my group, eventually you end up with like another group, and then it's like they get siphoned off by other players, or the group of guys that I did have that I was playing with for a while, like one of them stopped playing, the other one had like some health sicknesses and stuff. I can't physically be around, like I can't play with everybody all the time, so like I can't stay on. I think I took a break for a little bit too, and it's like we still talk on Discord, but like we're not really a unit anymore. But
yeah, unfortunately, when life gets in the way, it's a bit rough. But hey, yeah. Well, yeah, I've got something going on my screen if you want to watch.
let me close this picture. Oh my god. Okay.
This is essentially my recruitment. Step 1, just copy all this. Go down, we're on page 6. And I've been spamming everyone with the same 2-line message. Because that is just the way to do it. Spam it and someone will respond eventually. Hopefully.
Yeah,
We're so sorry.
about spamming or not. I just
I mean, that's the thing. If you do it enough, at least, like, I expect maybe 5% will respond.
yeah.
But yeah, this is just the logistics side of things. Making sure everyone's set for pre-op stuff. So, fueling, make sure everything's set. You got the right equipment, all that sort of stuff.
See, my philosophy
So, like,
is basically I just need like the 20. If I get to like 20, 30 dudes, we can kind of do whatever. But anything bigger than that is like the farming group. We should be able to set that up, and then it's literally just plug and play.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Grab the stuff, get in there. We're landing. But
I mean, this is something I think you'll like. Comes down to that, like, fleet formation and tactics. Like a very massive document.
yeah.
With different eras, sort of learning what their tactics were, why they did that, sort of thing. And taking that and then implementing it to what we can in Star Citizen. And trying to add other things as well. It's a whole fucking mess, because I'm only down to like page 20 at the moment of reading this.
I mean, I take stuff. I mean, generally in games, I tend to just like test things out and kind of get like feedback from experience, but I try to put my head in like the mindset of the devs and stuff to predict kind of what they're doing. Like, I know that they said it they're basing on like World War II and stuff like that, so like that's why when people are like Perseus is a gunboat, I mean it is, I guess, with their ship sizes, but since we can't get access to all of the big ships like the battleship or whatever, then everything goes down a size sort of, and it's sort of the escort carrier, and then it's like they're not the escort carrier, the like escort destroyer or whatever for now, and then but they're also like fans of Battlefield and shit, so like I don't think they're gonna let the FPS suffer enough to like get completely fucking rolled all the time.
Yeah, I think half the FPS just comes down to literally server performance.
Yeah. It's just, I'm not even, when I say FPS, like I'm not even talking about player to player fighting. I'm just player to ship fighting. Like, I don't know why, like, especially when it comes to fighter pilots, they are obsessed with like flying 24/7 and like constantly like looking around and like patrolling and shooting. I guess because it's boring for them to do anything else, but this game you got too much of the milsim in people where it's like I'm just logistics and I'm just engineering and I'm just this. I'm very much in the field of like survival games where it's like, you know, you might have like one dude that builds a base or whatever for you because he's like the best base builder or crafter, but it's like the vast majority of your people need to be able to do everything. And so like I joined these groups and it's like the first time I was playing with them, first off you have to write fucking like paragraphs, like you have to write field reports and shit for the dude to read and like give commendations to people and stuff. So like anything that you do, you have to like write shit. They tried to add me to recon and they wanted me to like read a brochure and shit about recon. And it's like, and the dude who was sending it to me was a guy that I had met when the first day that he played the game. I ran into him and we ran the Onyx facilities together. And then he's like only played the game for 30 days. He's the head of recon and he's sending me a fucking brochure to read. Like, no, you know. And then they wanted to run Onyx as like a 20-man group, and I'm like, okay, we can divide up into like multiple teams. We can knock this out really quick. People can learn the pieces as we go if we do this like for a while. They do like a fucking, you know, saying that they're gonna do this event. I wait around for 24 fucking hours. Then they have a fucking briefing. They force us all to sit in a briefing room, give us a 5-hour presentation. And then while they're doing the presentation, I'm realizing that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about because they're saying stuff like it's fact and it's not because I ran the event so damn much I knew. And then we go in there and they have like 20 dudes in a mosh ball trying to do this event. nobody's doing anything because that's how people are. They just kind of like mooch off of people and they don't really do work. And then one of the fucking power cells like didn't spawn, and they're like, that's weird. And I was like, there's a power cell that spawns underneath the thing, you gotta grab it, and like nobody would do it and stuff. It was this fucking shit show, you know. And that's where I start breaking apart, like, but I can't. This game is weird because it's like in every other game I've played for like 30 fucking years, I've always went against the grain, and I use the stuff that people says are shit, and generally I do really fucking well. I do, like, I place up there, I get up pretty high. But in this game, it's like, I still want to do that stuff and go against the grain and experiment with new things, but now you have to convince other people to try and do it with you, and it's so fucking frustrating. Like, I tried to do a radiated worm once, and the dude was like, yeah, we'll totally help, and like, we can totally do that. And then he wanted to fly all the way back to like Stanton and like New Babbage to go to his hangar to pick up a bunch of pulverizers because it's like the best optimal DPS weapon. When I was like, hey, let's test out these, you know, combinations of weapons. I was trying to use like Azlakans and Karnas and stuff in combination together to see how good they worked as like a team. And you know, I'm not waiting 45 minutes to do that. They said it's like, say what?
Yeah, that also comes down to a massive thing of what we do is everything, like armor, weapons, ships, everything is ready to go. All you need to do is get there, like, and be ready. If you want to bring your own weapons, bring your own ammo. We're not doing that. We can supply you ammo for what we've got, but like,
I'm trying to set up like daily little routes to go do, but it's also kind of rough. So I do some of them on my own, but it just takes a lot of time.
a thing that with like FPS, for example, is which one am I looking at? Is it blue? There we go. So only essentially, if you're looking at how you were doing it, is what we're thinking. Sort of squad leads would need to know this. Your basics that come along, all they need to know is stay behind your squad lead. Don't push further forward. Because squad leads can communicate, do all this. They know what's going on in the back end. And then everyone below them is just your cannon fodder.
Yeah, I mean, that's why...
Just shoot, go past, don't be stupid. That's all you need to know.
I mean, it's the same.
And that worked out for not ASD, what was it? The Rock Breaker. There were like 7 or 8 of us doing that.
Well, things like Rock Breaker really isn't even that hard. It's like, you walk in, you kill 20 NPCs, you push a button, boom. And it's like, you know... And then, like, you go into the event, and the people are, like, acting like you have to do things, like, very specific orders, and that you're, like, a dumbass, because, like... You know, I don't know. They just have us like following it around, and like when I'm following people through events, I can't see what the fuck's going on, so I can't see the event. And like for me to get good at something, I need to physically put my hands on it to like know what's going on. But then, you know, we did that event like 3 or 4 times, and then I went to go to one of the. I also have this philosophy where it's like, if people want to fly their own ships, they should just park their ship next to a spawn point, and then you'd have extra ships in case you need other things, which solves the dilemma of people not having crew to fly their ships, and then you just have a bunch of ships with like 1 person in it. So like we did an event, they were going in a Perseus, they had like 3 people in this Perseus and stuff. I'm trying to go over there, I have like 2 FPS, and I'm like, hey, I'll just park this next to the spawn point or whatever that we have, and then if we need it, we can have it, and I can just jump in the other ships. And they told me that was too complicated. And I was like, no. And then literally my ship saved the fucking day because it was parked next to the door, and we got attacked. And then like we do another event one time, and he's trying to get me to go inside and follow him around while he punches buttons and stuff. And I literally just fly over to the observatory area on the outside of the station and kill the NPCs there, and then instantly just push the button when he does the thing on the inside, and we save like 20 minutes on that thing. So it's like people lead events, but they don't actually, you know, like strategize. They don't tell people like you get the event done fast. You need the speed.
If we're looking at how you're doing with the like 4 or 5 dropships, you'd only need 1 or 2 on the ground if you're doing something like Hathor, then send the other 2 into space. They've cleared it, they're ready to press the button.
Yeah. Well, my thing with those is that you don't even need ships there at all until the like enemy ships come up. That's like part of the issue that I have with that is no one uses ground vehicles or anything. So it's like you drop the guys on the ground, you push the button, you turn it on or whatever, and they go and mine, and just keep your ships out of the area. Like, don't even let anyone know that you're there. And then once like ships start investigating the hole, you hit them with a ballista or something, and then you start calling in your fighters or whatever. You hit them, blow them up, whatever, hit them hard, and then leave. And don't stay there, because it's the people. It's if you have like your Idris or whatever floating over the Hathor hole, like everyone can see that you're there, and they're gonna come and attack your ass. If they don't know, they might bomb it, but that's about it. And like you could just fly in little transports, pick up the loot, and move it. It's like a lot of weird stuff. Like the MPUV is like one of the, it's like grown on me a lot, like as a really good vehicle. So like you can actually fly that over to the OLP stations and land in a specific area where the NPC ships can't attack you. It's like a little transport.
Yeah, there's so many good ships that just get ignored because of like the meta. I'm like, you're missing out on vital resources here. What do you mean? The meta? Fuck off.
Well, the thing is, like, the meta, like, they changed the armor now, so I'm not sure, but, like, the meta, and a lot of, like, it's weird because SC, it's not like Tarkov where you can, like, kill somebody necessarily with, like, 1 bullet shot, so you're kind of forced into this sponginess that makes it more of, like, a meta fight, but when it comes to the ships and stuff, it's not really the same. Like, we had, took like bombs, I don't know what size, and we stuck them in a cutter. And it was like me and one other guy, and we were just flying around doing random missions. I was using a cutter for like OLPs. There's like a Perseus or something that came over there and landed, and then they tried to attack us, and we dropped bombs next to the ship and blew them up and blew up the Perseus. And it's like a starter ship just took that out because we got bombs. And then I tried to do the same deal where it was like I was trying to get people to get on a Carrack and then load bombs in the bottom of the Carrack and then toss them out the sides and shoot them with the fucking the turrets to see if you could turn the Carrack into a bomber. And I couldn't ever get the people for it, and everyone told me it was fucking stupid. And I was like, I don't see how it's stupid at all, because like no one's expecting the Carrack to drop bombs, and like someone's chasing you, drop a bomb out the side, you shoot it, that blows up and kills them. It's, you know, it's pretty dope. You know, so it's, I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of these things that people say are stupid. It's like, well, you're not thinking outside the box. You're just using what's available to you. You're not going, hey, this is a really stupid ship. It's got a fuck off cargo grid. I can fit size 10 bombs in there. Why not?
I mean, you can buy like size 12 torpedoes and shit or something. Like, I don't even know, like the Colossus. And it's like, if you ever played Sea of Thieves, this is the same thing that they would do in Sea of Thieves, where it's like people would go and they would see an enemy ship over at an island farming or whatever, and they would take a fucking explosive barrel and swim across an ocean for like 2 hours fighting sharks and shit just to detonate the fucking bomb. And it's like, that's exactly what Star Citizen's going to be at some point if we have like explosives like that. At a bare minimum, it's like, if you can board a ship and break through the airlock, people are going to do that. And when the Kraken comes out, people are gonna land on your fucking pad. But it's like, you know, no one really does it. But FPS players should be able to force capitals to like kind of back off a little bit. And we're gonna be getting the Legionnaire pretty soon, probably. So. Salvation.
Your
It's a
insurance
baby
claim has been sent.
mining ship,
Vehicle has
not
been
mining.
moved to our storage facility.
Salvage, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the thing is that I'm not sure about this, to be honest. So what's going on is that I had the idea in my head. Basically, I put miners on the Polaris, and I've been using the Carrack as essentially a 1 person to like a 1 to 6 person kind of like stealthy mission ship, and I keep spare components and stuff for the different events on the ship and key cards and stuff like that. And I came to the conclusion when I actually had someone playing with me that we were going and doing red key cards for CZs. And so I started dropping him off. He was doing the red key card, and then I was getting like the ship ready to quantum out. And then I was like, okay, well, there's all these unknown nodes. I could actually scan and see what these are. And then I started seeing the other resources that people actually are looking for. So that's like basically data exploration. And if you had miners, you could just be like, hey, you know, I have this thing over here who wants to come mine it. And that would take off the whole wait period that miners have that they hate doing. They don't need to look for stuff. All they'd have to do is answer the call and like go over there and mine it. But then I couldn't find anything that really fit in the Carrack that was decent at mining. And I suck at ship mining, or I never really learned it. So I was working on it, and then eventually I was to the point where it's like, if we're doing this, I could just bring the mole, and then when I drop you off, I could just mine some stuff in the mole while you're in there, and then we can just go back to the station. But now it's gotten to the point where like I haven't had a reason to use the Polaris, and I really don't like the ship in general. But I've been wanting to test the Polaris and the Perseuses together, and I have no reason to use them. But if I had, I'm still looking for the 5 or 6 people that I need. But if I get those people, we can actually use it for bounty missions, you know, PvP, FPS missions, mining materials for crafting and stuff. Which you find the materials all the time, so it's a whole thing. But right now I'm looking for a balanced loadout.
Your insurance claim, your
the,
vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Your
the
insurance
Polaris,
claim has been
basically.
sent.
And I'm still missing power plants. I've been trying to get power plants for the Perseuses for a few weeks, and then I finally got some grade B military power plants, which weren't perfect, but they would work. And then we had to do an event, or like the people were doing an event, so I tried to help them, and then I ended up getting interdicted at some point because basically my ship had a glitch where it almost blew up, and it was like red and I had to go repair. And then everyone else left the area. The other guy was stuck in a mole, and then he was needing me to come help him kill Van Duel. So I lost all my power plants, and so I'm still don't have the power plants ready for the Perseuses. But this is all I do all the time, is like I set up vehicles and stuff.
Please visit us again.
And I
Goodbye.
try to test loadouts, I test distortion setups and all that stuff. And then I figure out, you know, simple
Welcome to the ASOP
kind
vehicle
of
retrieval
general
system.
use kind of situations for like the amount of vehicles you can store on ships. So like the Carrack, I know pretty much every combination of vehicle for the Carrack, I would think, over the years. But then like even more recently, I got to thinking about it, and I was like, you know, for the most part, I don't really need most of the stuff
Vehicle select.
that I'm
Your
doing.
vehicle
So
has
now
been
I'm like
delivered
starting
the
to clean it
following
up where like I don't have
Your
as many
please
vehicles,
visit
but
us again.
they're more useful. So because I used to keep 10 geos in the top that you could deploy like parachutes or like drop troopers, and then 2 MPUVs for transporting, and they're kind of stealthy. And you have an MPUV cargo, 2 ground vehicles or like Ursas or whatever, and then you have like Dragonflies or Furies in the bottom. And then now it's like I simplified it a lot of the ways. It's like, you ground mine at all?
I did for a bit.
So
I was out there for about almost 12 hours. Got, I think the highest quality 610. Just gave up.
well, you know how people are like super cautious when they mine, and they keep it in the green, and it takes them like forever.
Oh yeah.
So like I did tests a long time ago to like make FPS mining like profitable, and I actually figured out a way to do it, but the mining system's going to change at some point, so I was like, fuck it. And it was kind of just something you could do when you don't have much time. But I overload hand minables all the time. That's what I've did forever. Like I just overload it, and if you're mining rocks, you can test the rocks for a little bit, and you find out like what their kind of normal charge rating is, and like how fast they lose energy and stuff, and where their like big explosion point is when you overcharge. And if you only overcharge it a little bit and it's like within a certain radius, the explosion won't be as bad, and then you can farm like 4 or 5 rocks all at the same time. But like hand minables, most of them that we have are like pretty stable, so you can just overcharge most of them. And I've been doing that with a hand tool forever, and then I got to thinking about it, and I was like, why am I not doing this with the mining vehicle? And then so you can, and then also now I'm thinking, well, I mean, I could do that with the spaceship, and you could just mine the ground stuff like that with the spaceship. So it's like a whole system. And then it's like, if you had enough people that were doing ground mining, like I like doing things for training more so than anything else. And the ground vehicles are or like if you have fuck if you're like doing ground mining and you have a bunch of guys, like the geos can harvest way more resources and like crack them faster when you have more people, and it's more efficient space-wise on the ship. And those vehicles have more utility as like parachutes and like things like that for FPS and like storage boxes. But then if you're doing like solo mining by yourself, you have like a rock, and that's pretty much as best you're gonna get anyway. But then I like the rock BS even though no one else does. And once you start overloading ground minables and stuff, though, having 2 people with an articulating arm like that helps you a ton, because you can actually harvest those rocks really fucking quick, and it drives better and stuff. But it also has a longer radius, and then you can also put it in like the back of a Valkyrie, hang the arm out the back, and then suck up materials off the ground while it's inside of the ship. So you can start doing, like, people didn't want to ground mine in the past because it wasn't profitable, but I was ground mining in the past to practice dropship stuff. So it was like, you go in, you land hard, everybody unloads, you go and scout, you come back, you land, load, unload, and you do it like really quick, and like you mark things, scout it while you're going.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Your vehicle, please visit us again.
You see, a lot of those things don't even cross my mind. I'm just like, look, if it fits, it sits.
True. Very true.
I think the most I've gotten into actually expanding and having ships aboard any ship that I own is just a geo and a mole.
Well, it's what kind of ticks me off a little bit when it comes to like streamers and shit. Like, sucks because like I've been popular on a few games, but I don't really care to be like super streamer guy. But they'll do things like medical ship, like what's the best medical ship or whatever, and they'll list out like, you know, like Cutlass or whatever, but then they never list like other ships that have the same potential. Like they're coming out with a like a Atlas vehicle, like a big one that's supposed to have crafting and a tier 2 medbed. So it's like once that's in game, the Asgard is now also a medical ship and a crafting ship, and then the Ursa rover has the tier 3 bed and a Valkyrie. It's also a medical ship. And like Anvil's stuff tends to be the things that you can load on the ship affect what the ship is, so it's like flexible with the stuff that's on it.
Complete.
Drake stuff tends to be like flexible. It's kind of similar to Anvil, but like their stuff is like flexible, but it's usually like attached to the ship, it seems like. But I would say Drake is probably like similar to Anvil in that regard. A lot of other ships, they're just like they're built with the stuff that they need. And I need a dupe like fucking 4 million
ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
size 2 NDB cannons though at some point. Although I think you can buy them at Levski now. I don't know why I didn't do that.
You could also go transport it like fucking out.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Yeah, I want to start practicing ship mining, so because it's kind of pissing me off that every time I try to do it, I keep fucking exploding. But now it's to the point where, like, if I'm gonna start being forced to harvest materials while I'm flying around, then I might as well start using the Polaris more. And if I use the Polaris more, it's gonna be harder to be stealthy and such, so then it's like, you know, I don't have as much room for like dragonflies or anything like that. But I was gonna try and put the Salvations on the Polaris because my thought process at the time was the Salvations are a salvage ship. I might be able to use the RMC to repair the Polaris. But that doesn't seem to be a thing, so I'm not sure. And like with Hathor, I used to put the Drake cutters and stuff in here, and then you could put, like, you put the scout, the cutter scout, and then you put 3 geos in the back as like drop seeds. But now I'm getting to the point where this holds more like weapons and stuff, because I have to farm all the fucking weapons that I use for the Star Wars shit. So I need to actually have armories, but you can see you can park multiple golems in here, so at least 4, if not more, which is enough to do probably most of the mining you need to do. And then you have just enough space on the sides here, I'm assuming, for like a couple of transports for the Pisces or something. And then using the Perseus as an extension of the ship, we can put dragonflies and stuff in the Perseus. And you can put at least 9, if not more, Furies down here. And you can put Geos or whatever down here, but I don't know if you'd want to use a Geo.
Even if you just say use the Geo as a like, what are they, an ODST style dropship, just having that backpack on it, like the small jetpack is insane.
Yep. But it's also more useful than that too. Like you see, like, especially if you're wearing armor like this and you don't have a backpack, that the Geo, it's a parachute. You can also like fly above the ground to where people can't walk into your ship, and you can use the Geo to fly up and down. Like I do that at Hathor all the fucking time. You can use it as a spare storage loot box because it has the cargo box in the back. You can stick loot in. You can mine with it if there's minables, so you can make more money like that than just FPS. So like even if I had an ICTY, I'd probably still use a Geo. You can do elevations, so like in FPS you can get to like areas that you can't climb to normally. That's the jetpack. So there's a lot of benefits. And especially like if you're running an armor like this, carrying a loot box around is like your best friend. Because you just drop the loot box down and then you do whatever you're doing. And go put the loot in the box, and then you run back and put it on the ship. And usually if people kill you, they don't really look around for a box.
I don't know if you saw I think they're adding the massive mech suit, the FPS mech suit.
Are they?
But yeah, it's been teased as coming out maybe this year. One from Squadron 42.
Yeah, I kind of wondered if that was going to be the gift for beating it or not.
I mean, I think we get an F8A for beating it.
That's what they've said, but like I would because I was talking to people about that not too long ago, where it's like I wonder if they're gonna pull a Titanfall, where it's like, you know, that because imagine like, because if you beat Squadron 42, your character is supposed to be like descendant from that guy, and then if you got that mech as a gift and it like remembered you, and it's like, you know, it'd be pretty cool.
I mean, to me, it makes more sense if you they was talking about like doing side quests for all the characters and building relationships with them. Like, you build a relationship with someone, they give you an F8C or an F8 instead of it being gets it.
I thought you were saying like you could build reputation for like Star Citizen.
Oh, that'd be interesting if it crossed over.
Yeah. Someone's gonna be like, oh, your dad is friends with Colonel Bishop.
Oh, they'd hate you and Nix for that.
I don't know if I like how unstable this is, but it does.
And I love that you can fit Vulture in there.
Yeah, I don't know if vultures are as like, until we get to the point where we can get materials from scrap. Right now, mining just seems way better for crafting.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
But like, look, you can get like 4 of these. I think is probably decent enough, but you could probably get 6 in here if you wanted to. This would
Like, even if we look at what 4 or 8, I assume we're going to be using RMC or something for capital ship stuff. So just like 1 or 2 salvations in the bottom is all you need to add to that.
Well, I was gonna try and put those salvations right here. I mean, you should be able to put 2, but it'll take up a lot of Fury spot. I don't know how many Furies I want to stick on here, because I think last time I had like 9 or 12 or something in here. But I think you could settle for like 6 or 8. I could put dragonflies on the other side or something. If you're mining, like, you probably need extra cargo pods, and that's where the point where I don't know. Like, I could just put cargo pods in there instead of Furies, but Furies seem pretty versatile. I don't really know how good Furies are in general, though. Like, we've used them a little bit, but
When you need a few. One thing I'm thinking, in that hangar area, if you need the pods, why don't you just open the hangar door and put it in the corridor? Like on the brig side? Because it doesn't need to be on a grid, does it?
What, cargo pods?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably can. There's actually something I've been wanting to try too, but I don't know how it works, but like you can knock out NPCs and capture them and like change out their armor. And I want to go capture that crazy guy from the Onyx facility and put him in their jail cells. And then like, you know, if the shit hits the fan, you just unlock the jail cells and he gets loose.
That's a terrifying thought.
And every time that people go in, it's just like, you! It like starts flipping out. You might be able to put some copium in there. Who knows?
Oh, fuck that, dude. Watch him get free immediately through the door.
Yeah, probably. I'm just focused on the farming for the most part. I gotta decide, because like this is a loaner for the Kraken. I gotta decide if I want to try and buy a Polaris at one point, or if I can actually farm the Wicklow one, because I like the Wicklow Polaris and the Wicklow Idris more than like the store-bought ones. But I feel like the Polaris is pretty needed for when it comes to like a big group or like an org. And I don't know at this point.
And something with what you're doing here, like just loading up all these ships.
Yeah, I spend a lot
To me,
of time doing
the
this.
Ironclad. Yeah, to me, the Ironclad is like designed specifically for this. You load everything on and forget about it until it's like needed.
I mean, all the stuff that has the room to carry things is kind of like that. But
Yeah, but do they have that opening top that you can just lift straight up and not worry about clipping?
I mean, maybe. I don't know what is really gonna be able to fit in the Ironclad. The main problem with the Ironclad that I've had is that people are obsessed with like the Ironclad Assault and the repair bay in there, and they want to use it as like a carrier. And I see the Ironclad kind of in the same spot as the Liberator, but it also has like the utility of cargo. So it's basically a ground base, like a fort that you can put down, but it can also move things in space as a cargo ship. Whereas like the Liberator is basically a ground base for Anvil, but can move around vehicles as like a cargo ship. Sort of.
Yeah, to me, how I see my Ironclad is it's going to be all the things that you need for ships, like ammo, weapons, torpedoes, fuel, RMC, anything like that. It just lives on there.
Yeah.
Your vehicle has been
You've got like MPs and stuff. You got like ground vehicles that can have the capability if needed. Like if you're doing like assaults and stuff. Oh, you've lost a wheel, or you've taken damage. Oh yeah, just load it up on the Ironclad real quick, repair it, and it's back in service. Easy.
Yeah, that's the big thing with that. Like a lot of that stuff. Like, it's the same thing with like the ships that I use. People talk so much shit all the time over my stuff because it's like, one, I want to try and like make gameplay and stuff, and you need an incentive to like go and try to get your ship back and get the loot back and like repair it and all that stuff, and they want us to do that anyway. But like, you see how long it takes me to like load up vehicles. Like, this is what I do, is like I sit here and I spend days like just getting vehicles ready, putting equipment and stuff on them, loading them manually into in ships, and I've gotten really fucking good, especially with the Carrack. I can load that bitch in like 2 minutes now. But when I do things, it's like, since I'm by myself all the time, I load the Carracks with the stuff that I need to do events, and then I put the cards on them, and I'm stockpiling weapons that I need to set up for the armories and stuff, and then I'm putting very specific weapons in there for the Star Wars type things, and then so now it's like I get the Carrack's ready, and then I get the Polaris ready, and I get the Perseus ready and stuff, and when I lose one of those ships, I'm losing all of those cars, and I'm losing, you know, boom tube ammo, and I'm losing my weapons that I had to manually farm, and it's like I lose countless hours that I'm having to do by myself. And it's like, and people are needing something to do in the game. It's like I'm constantly trying to farm. I haven't even been able to unlock blueprints yet because I'm still trying to get fucking power plants and shit. And it's like, and I need to start doing blueprint runs. So it's, and I'm probably gonna end up doing them solo, but it's process.
Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit.
Oh yeah, but I gave you some sort of permissions in the Discord, so you should be able to like modify channels and all kinds of stuff. But I made a private deal at the bottom. This is like Meridian Tactical, and added you to it, I think. So you should be able to do whatever in that.
Oh yeah, let's see. Yeah.
So I'm thinking, you know, if I can find, you know, pretty chill groups of like industrial players or more Star Wars people or like Mandalorian people or whatever, that we can like add them in here and then give the guild leaders like the same sort of role that you have, where y'all can kind of like manage things as like moderators. But we got to kind of like keep the peace and make sure like no one gets in here and starts fucking with shit. But just to like have a hub where people can kind of like, you know, communicate and trade and stuff like that between different orgs and random players and stuff. But I don't know if you had an interest either, but if you and your guys, I don't like, y'all have y'all's, you know, group that y'all are doing for your org, but if y'all wanted to join the Grand Army thing, I can try and give you a rank deal on there. And I mean, you could just be like an ally if you wanted to, but if you wanted to like take control of the fleet and stuff when the Krakens come in, like you don't have any commanders or marshal commanders or anything. So
I mean, the funny thing is, like, for the group, I'm not even in charge of it.
Oh yeah.
Like on paper, I'm not, but like at this point, I am. If that makes sense.
You're in charge now.
Yeah, so the owner, he does all the back-end stuff of like making sure everything makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And he has an idea of what the org, he wants the org to be.
Okay.
And then I'm like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. What the fuck are you thinking here? Please explain. And like, he'll organize like the ops and everything, communicate for, like he's in charge of the Polaris at the moment doing the Wicklow trades.
Yeah.
Like that huge big ups for him for doing that. Because no thanks. I'm not sitting on UEX trying to grind out a couple billion just to get a medal.
See, I don't know about the medals and stuff, but it's like some of those things you can find pretty much all these things at the actual events. Like I find pristine medals. I mean, I found them pretty regularly. I can't remember where, but like, there's like specific events that have medals, and there's, you know, things that have ace helmets and shit. But I don't even think that you should have to really even like worry about Wicklow trades and shit. Like every org that I've been in, they're literally like forcing their people to be servants and like farm stuff for like an org ship. And it's just like, no, you just gotta play the game together, and then eventually y'all will have the shit to like get the big stuff. You know, it's just.
I think that's sort of his philosophy as well. It's like he doesn't want everyone to like go out and grind it. So we do like an alt for like 3 hours just for a few bits of Wicklow stuff. Well, you could have just spent like 20 minutes on UEX and gotten double that. Is how he sees it.
Yeah. I mean, those guys that I talk to, They were acting. They burn out on Onyx. Like they said they were like sick of Onyx or something. And
Oh,
like,
God,
I don't
yeah.
know how. Like, I don't think about Onyx as a thing. Like I lived in there for weeks, and like I used to know all of the NPCs spawns and stuff so well, but then they like updated it and they started moving around. But it's like those kind of things. It's like FPS shooter is like FPS shooter. Like you just, it's a mission. You go in there, you do it, and you just get clean. And it just becomes like, how much can you do without like getting caught or taking any damage? You know, there's like a whole lot of stuff. It's just I see it as like a training tool. It's like
100%.
go in there as a team and you start working on clearing corners and stuff. You fight the Urmandi, and then like everyone else is just like, you know, why would we do the Urmandi? Because it's like super easy. We just use pulverizers. And I'm like, well, let's not use pulverizers. And they're like, why would we do that? And it's like, because it's cooler.
Yeah, you never know what you can go up against. Like even if you have like P4s,
yeah,
you could go up against like 20 guys with a stack. Okay, you know how to do it at FPS 12. Your man, you know how to dodge that. You can translate it easy.
For me, it's like more about like squad. Like you get new people, you bring them in there, you see how well they work in a unit, and then it's like training them to communicate. But the like there's some stuff where it's like I had like a P6 or something the last time I was in there with a suppressor, and I was wearing like a Geist helmet and some other shit. And the guy who was with me was using like a LMG, like a, you know, I don't know, like a really loud one. And I was like standing right next to the Urmandi, just like laying into its side, and it didn't even know I was there. Like it didn't even act like I existed. And I was like, I wonder if this thing like is affected by stealth at all, because it's like, it was just all the aggro was drawn onto the LMG guy from both sides. It's like, there's questions that I get like that for everything in the game, and the only way for me to figure it out is to test it, but I'm not like a content creator. I don't like entertaining people and shit, but like, if people don't know things and I know things, that's how it was in the old days. That's how you get better at games, and then you can share it, but, you know, years ago, those were like guild secrets that people kept to the chest.
And now it's just, hey, this is the meta. Like, excuse me? Why do we all need to know this?
Yeah. It's like, I don't even think you need actual, like, I'm still kind of in the fence now where it's like this crafting thing. They're doing the thing that I didn't want them to do, which is like giving combat bonuses to the crafts. Like, it's, some of these guns are getting like 20 or 40% like recoil and shit, and they're getting like 20% increased damage, and then so you get crafted armor, and then you get crafted weapons, and you get like 40% value in like damage mitigation and damage bonus. And it's like, and I'm supposed to contest that dude in like an FPS situation where their maps are fucking claustrophobic and I can't move. So the only hope that I have is to find the blueprints and craft the guns that hit really fucking hard. And everyone else, when they're talking about crafting, they're trying to get the best components for every part of the gun, and I've already, like, that doesn't make any sense to me, because like right now it's the scalpel and the Karna, or not the Karna, the scalpel and the Azalacan or whatever. They take like Hadanite or something to increase their damage, and then like the other one's like recoil control. So it's like, I don't need the recoil, they're bolt action, I don't need the recoil control. So I really could care less. And then they have it's weird because this game has like, Star Citizen has brought in people from so many game genres, and essentially everyone's like super smart, like old guys with like PhDs, and like they're building computer software code and all this other shit. And then it's just like, I'm over here, I've played like every type of game known to man, at a pretty decently high level, and then like you put me in here and I'm thinking like, okay, there's like some tactical shooter elements, and there's some MMO elements, and there's some like kind of like Battlefield elements and stuff, and then other guys come in and they've played milsims for like 20 years and they're like, we need the best stats or whatever, like they just, and we need guys who are specifically engineering crew and logistics dudes. And it's like, and then you get into a fight and they're like engineering guys or like logistic dudes like disconnect or something, and then the ship catches on fire and the other guys won't go do it because they're turret gunners and that's not their job, and it's like it breaks down really fucking quick. I've seen people that were like they were military guys, like a whole org full of military dudes, and they spent 45 minutes after a battle started to like think of a battle plan to engage. And then they ran in there and got fucking shit mixed in like 2 seconds by missiles. And I was like, ooh, it's rough. Dragonflies. I don't know if I want to make the Furies right now.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered.
I think I just load up the miners and the Polaris, and I still gotta move these to Nyx.
Oh, fucking hell. Bit of a trek then.
Yeah, I gotta get surge modules and shit for them so I can mine some bigger rocks. I've had zero luck with ship space mining, but I think I'm gonna try and use the golem to farm some hand minables on the ground and see what happens there, because I haven't tried it yet. But then every time in this game that I've like brought up stuff, everyone's told me that like they 100% know that it doesn't work or something, and then every time I test it, it works. And I'm just like, where are you getting your information from, sir? It's like, no idea. And like, even if overcharging the rock did disintegrate all the material and you didn't get any of it, you also have parts that people don't use on the vehicle mining lasers that reduce your power level. And so it's like, I doubt anyone's tried the mods that nobody uses. There's probably a reason that they're there. I don't know.
Yeah, so I was looking at how to build a good mining ship, and I was like, oh, you can get up to like 20k rocks with this at like 50% instability, and I'm like, well, I've just put this together, why is it not working? It's not getting through these rocks. The fuck do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know either, but there's like hand attachments that you gotta like attach to rocks.
Oh, those pieces. Yeah, I hate them.
Yeah, so they got like resistances and all this other bullshit. It's like when I talked about putting surges on the golem today, or like yesterday, those guys were telling me that that wasn't what you do because it gives you like laser instability. And it's like, the first rock that I tried to do on the mole the other day is my first time in a mole. The rock had like a dick hair of like green line there, like there's no room for error, and I had instability on my laser, and all I did was like, I got the power level like right next to it, and then I got the power very specifically to the point where it wasn't going to change much at all, and then I let the laser instability, because it bounces up and down, it just goes back and forth, it's like a recoil pattern, and then you just get it to where the instability goes into the green enough to where the green charges. And like, I cracked a rock. That's the only rock that I managed to crack. And then right after that, it was like I got hit by a torpedo or something. And no idea. I just don't know how many, like, if you have mining vehicles on the Polaris, how many extra storage containers do you need? That's my question, because it's like, and like, how stable are these going to be in here? Because it already looks like they're moving.
You can fit them through this door, can't you? And just shove them down the corridor.
I mean, you
Two
could
per.
literally, like, you could fill up this hallway and the other hallway and just leave this middle spot empty, and you could, you know, you could fill up these elevators with cargo boxes. Right here. The thing is, too, is last time I parked Furies right here, and I had like 3, and then I put the 4th one like right here in the corner, and it blew up for some reason. And so like you could put, you know, boxes right here, and like fill up this area, and then you have boxes you could put on this ramp back here. But
Oh, I forgot that was a ramp.
yeah, whatever that thing is, that's moving pistols or some shit. Yeah. My whole thing with this game is like I see the ships as transports and tools. That's about it. So like anytime that other people like they're like, I want you to come crew my ship, it means that they want you to like stay in a turret gun all fucking day. Where it's like when I fly stuff, this is just a fucking toolbox. Those golems and shit, that's the thing. That's the thing that we need. I don't care about this fucking boat. I need the resources and shit, and I want to shoot things in the face, and to do that I gotta get the shit there. And then if someone attacks me, I need the thing to be able to defend myself. And that's this thing. I don't really give a flying fuck who flies it or commands it or who's a gunner. I just need the manpower, and that's just the division. And I'll fly about my damn self.
Well, nothing is like you don't even need the gunners to be there 24/7. Like you can say, you're on gunner until we get to X location,
Yeah.
and then you're on a golem. Easy. Now you're doing 2 jobs. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, that's what I try to tell them too, but it's like people don't understand that. Like they have guys that basically they have shifts where they clock in and they rotate, and those people just stay on the crew like an Idris or something, and they try to keep it online 24/7. And it's like, and then they keep trying to convince me to go and like stand on that ship all day. And I'm like, no, like I'm not sitting on that shit all day fucking long doing nothing. It's not happening. And then it's like I can't take that ship and go, like they want me to like be the captain and like run the ship, but then it's like if I do that, I'm not allowed to like make any real choices with it, because like we're not allowed to lose the ship or anything. And like they want you to be in the cockpit at all times. And I'm like, if I'm becoming the captain, I'm immediately parking that thing on the ground somewhere, and I'm doing something on foot. And then I'm coming back. Like, no one's gonna find it in the middle of fucking nowhere, most likely. And it's like,
How does anyone genuinely enjoy just sitting there all day?
they're Milsim players.
No. I'm a Milsim player, and even that sounds like a fucking job.
There's a chick, she's a disabled older lady who like has a desk underneath a stairwell or some shit. And she always brags about being like 47,000 hours of like flight control at DCS or some shit. And it's like, okay, you know, she's good at like giving directions, but it's like she says she's good at like deck ops and shit like that. But then anytime I've ever seen her, she's just been like the captain of a ship, and she doesn't really say or do anything. And then when we get into combat, she's just like, send in the fighters. I'm gonna run in with my Idris and railgun them.
Launch complete.
It's like there's nothing complicated about it.
When you literally have an I win button.
It's just, you know, they want the combat. It's like when you're sitting on a ship all day, you don't have anything else to do, and then the combat finally happens, you're just gonna run at it. Whereas me, it's like, the combat isn't even like what I'm after. And if it happens, it happens, but I don't need the ship to win a fight. Like, if I get forced into a fight 1v1 with somebody with ships, something went wrong. I'm gonna ride up on my fucking dragonfly, boom tube your back end open, and then just like hop in and kill you. And if you kill me, now I can come back with my ship and fuck up your ship because the back door's open. Yeah, and that's where engineers come in.
Oh, but no, we only need the engineers to do their job. But the engineer's AFK, so the door's not getting repaired, sorry.
Yeah. Well, that's like the head dude in that Discord. He doesn't even really play the game. He's been here for a long time, though. But he has like 10 alt accounts and he multi-boxes them. All he does is code all day, and then he has like spreadsheets of like good stars and shit for people. And if he likes you, he like promotes you, and then he like orders people to like help you with shit. But his whole thing is like he's basically, I know who he is because I ran into him like a couple of years ago in New Babbage or whatever, and I was doing a collective group of organizations, and I told him about it. And then so he basically started doing the same thing, but he was paying people real money to recruit for his org. So if you, you know, recruited a bunch of people, he'd give you like $25 or something. And all he does though is he programs and he tries to like build code and video games and stuff, and then he watches you on the Discord stream. And
that's low-key such cultish behavior, what the fuck?
yeah, but his thing is like he wants to make it to where he's like the supreme emperor of the game or some shit, and like owns planets and stuff, and he wants to be like super popular. But he doesn't really play the game, he just like has his ults chilling on ships, keeping them active. And he's like into the economy and stuff of the game, so it's like, it's weird, but he's trying to do like code to where like people get paid like Bitcoin and shit for doing things, and then there's like a whole bunch of stuff. But basically we're on a ship though one day, and all these like the good star things that are like you get points for like doing things in the groups, I don't like volunteer to like be a part of the group or something, but if something starts happening, I'll usually be around. And so like I see people coming in, I'm usually the first person to call stuff out. I'm usually the person focusing things and like killing specific targets that are like pretty vital, like vital to the fight. If they have like an issue with an event or something, I'm usually the one that goes in there and solves the problem. When they have like engineering problems with their ship that no one seems to be able to figure out, I go and like I pull a fuse and stick it back in, and I fix their shields and stuff, and like I get no credit for any of that, and they act like they keep trying to like act like I'm stupid, and it's like it wears on me. And like he tried to use like big fancy words because they said something, and I was like, you know, I don't like using big words, and and then he like basically used a bunch of computer lingo on me. But I'm talking about thermodynamics, which I don't know what all of the definitions that he used for programming were, but like the conversation really wasn't that complicated. But I don't know, I'm getting tired of just getting like tongue lashed all the fucking time. Like I try to use distortions on a build, and everyone's just like, why are you using breaknecks 24/7? Like I told y'all, I'm trying to test out distortions because nobody uses them, and like, they should be pretty good. You can do boarding parties and stuff.
Yeah, the entire thing is on paper we got this amount of like FPS, this amount of alpha or something. yeah, what does that mean in a practical sense? You know?
It's like, I don't know, it's the whole thing with metas in games too, is like, they do, it's part of the reason I don't like metas. I'm always trying to test, like, something new, something unique. For me, like, video games, the whole point of video games is to be, like, unique and do something different. And, when people, like, copy-paste metas, it's like, you can talk to anyone in the game, and they just fucking, like, start lecturing you about how the game works and what DPS is and shit. And then they just, like, splurge out information that you can watch, like, any, like, 2-minute YouTube video to get. And they think that they're like Jigaboo Jesus in the game because they can, like, quote what the best weapon of the patch is or something. And it's like, you know. And then when it comes to, like, metas though, it's like, tactically it's the same thing with, like, Call of Duty and stuff too. You have, like, big time streamers. A lot of the times they're kind of behind on what, like, really the best stuff is sometimes, but they make a meta build. Everyone copies the meta build. The streamers and stuff know what the meta build currently is, so then players are copying it and fighting the streamers and stuff with it. The streamers can make a build to counter the meta build, and then they kill the people with the meta build. They take it, and now they have the meta build and the counter to the meta build. And then they kill everybody. And then everyone's like, oh, these streamers are so fucking great because they're kicking all of our ass. And it's because none of y'all use any fucking curveballs. You're not good enough to use a meta build, because if you play on an even playing field with somebody with the same exact weapons and stuff and they're better than you, you're gonna fucking lose. And it's like, instead you could, like, oh, you can do restock with, like, stun grenades and shit, and you can just overwhelm a better player with fucking stuns or something. But they don't do it, and you can't convince them to. And then eventually the meta players, like, catch on, and then they, like, post a build about stun grenades, and it's like, oh god, it does all this stuff. Even, like, League of Legends, that stuff happens all the time.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
It's every single game these days.
Was it about, did you ever play Division?
I didn't play it, I saw footage.
Yeah, I used to be in that with my mates, and they were like, oh, you need to make this build. And I was like, that's no fun. Like, I don't enjoy this.
Yeah.
So, like, start pulling out nade launchers and throwing them across the map, and because everyone's, like, dodging the rounds. Well, now you're out of cover. You're just a target now. And you can't shoot back because you're just dodging the entire time.
That's the same reason why I can't play Helldivers, and everyone keeps trying to get me to go play Helldivers with them. And they're like, oh, it's an amazing game. It's like, it's a good game, but it's like, even when someone convinced me to play it the first time, I knew it probably wasn't going to last for me. And then, literally, it's because I go in there and I want to test out the builds, and then you get to the point where it's like, okay, I have like 2 or 3 build options that I could do to solo carry this. Everybody else in here is copy pasting the same build. Like, I know what they're going to be running the whole time. And then if I want to test anything new, I need combinations of players willing to try the builds that I want to try and work together as a team. And that just doesn't happen. And it's like, so why the fuck am I going to be playing this game? I don't like... And it's... I don't know, because there's a lot of stuff on Helldivers that, like, I never even got to test. Like, you have, like, Tesla towers and shit in that game, and if you play, like, as a single person with Tesla towers, you can kind of make them work, but they're pretty ass. But if you had a full team running Tesla towers, you could set up whole fucking kill channels of, like, Tesla bolts that would just obliterate things, and it'd be dope. But, like, good luck with that.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
And the only way that you can, like, get the friends to try that is if, like I started drinking or smoking weed and talking about gooning on the internet. I don't know.
Oh, memorable nights, eh?
Did it what?
Memorable nights.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
was gonna see if the Hathor battery could fit in the Pisces or the Salvation, but I don't know if I'll have time though. I've been using the MPUV tractor to store the battery, but I think it could fit in one of these. Maybe.
I assume it's a 12 SE grid, isn't it? Or 8?
Salvation, I think, is like 6 or something. And the Pisces
Oh,
has
it's
4
yeah,
SU.
yeah.
But it's a small doorway. I just don't remember how big the Hathor battery is. That's the... Cause I think it's like 2 SU, or it might be bigger.
When I look at the Salvation, I swear it's like the exact same dimensions as that hole.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Dragonfly. I don't even know why I'm doing this.
Your
I think I'm
vehicle
just
has been
probably put,
delivered
like,
to
a
the
couple
following
of-
location.
Oh my
Your
fucking
vehicle,
god.
please visit us again.
Bruh, wait, what? Garage?
It was doing this earlier, and then I fucking quit the game because it was just. Wants me to go outside to the garage.
Your vehicle has been moved to our
I'm pretty
welcome
sure, like,
to the ASOP
I should have did
Vehicle
it this
Retrieval
patch,
System.
and I didn't. But next time, I'm gonna swap my home to a Checkmate, I think.
Your insurance claim has been sent. Your insurance claim has been sent. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
I don't even know what I want to do. I don't really have a lot of time. Well, I guess I can go
Welcome
to Nick's.
to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle, please visit.
The heavy armor back on.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna try and use the F-55 again, because I haven't used it in a while. Gun used to be like my PvE gun. I used it in Onyx for a long time, but back in the day when I was trying to do the old StarCraft stuff, I had like 500 Zoo suits, and then I like used the F-55 on it. Obliterate things with mags. This armor set definitely is faster though without the backpack. There's not very
Yeah, it's really funny.
Say what?
Funny because everything has like weight, and it's definitely not fucking annoying.
Yeah, I've been wanting to like see how much I weigh in some stuff. I think the backpack does like help a lot though. Like, it's just with this, it's, I don't know. Like the Karna's kind of soft, but like I have a hard time thinking about when you don't want to use a backpack and when you do. Like, I did tests in the past where I used light armor sets, and I was like a stealth build, and basically I would loot things by dragging a body around with me, or I would have a loot box, and then I got to the point where like I was trying to loot heavy armor sets, so I would wear a light armor set with a light backpack, kill the heavy guy, stick my light armor in the backpack, put it on the heavy suit, and like wear my old armor set back out with me, which kind of works. But the only time I can think to run an armor set like this is either if you have a mass amount of numbers where you're not really worried about dying necessarily, or you're like trying to speed run an event. But like Onyx facility or something, you could speed run it. But then like a lot of the times when you're speed running these things in like Onyx, especially these days, the NPCs like randomly just one tap your ass, and it's a problem. So it's like when they didn't move back in the day, you could wear like clothing and just like run really fast and get past them. But yeah. Even with this armor set though, I need to farm the core and the arms, and I can get this core, but I can't find any decent arms. And I can't remember where I got these from. There's like merc missions or something that spawn them. And they have this new stuff that spawns Nyx. It's Night Bell stuff. But it's not the right color.
It's like you can match an armor set like perfectly. And then one item's like a slightly different shade, and you're like, no, scrap it, fucking bruh.
This is that core I was talking about for the commander thing.
Oh shit, yeah.
It's the nine. I don't know why it's so fucking blurry. There we go. It's the Nine Tails stuff with the orange. But I was wearing it with the Wicklow shit.
I don't know if it'll work, but is the Hurston version any better? Because that has gold accents on it, and I think it's red.
I mean, the normal Hurston is like purplish, and then there is a red one, but I mean, you can get red arms, but you don't really have the white. Thing is too is like I make cool ass armor sets, so there's like all my mercenary armor sets and stuff I used to wear, and my trash armor sets and my Orkai armor sets I don't really wear anymore when I'm doing the Star Wars shit. But I need like 1 day a week just to like do a big Star Wars farming event, and then the rest of the week I can just do whatever or something.
I might have found an alternate version for the chest. It's still Artemex. Oh, that's not you. Hang on.
The one that's like gray.
It's got grey accents on it.
Yeah. See, this was the closest thing I could get to like a commander before, but it's like
yeah.
The Wicklow thing is kind of. Honestly, just a little bit of orange is fine with that.
Yeah, so it gives off pauldrons.
Yeah. Just pisses me off. A lot of the stuff doesn't have the right light color, and you can't change it. So like even the Cobalt helmet and the Twilight armor, the colors, it's like the only thing that matches the colors, but then the Twilight armor has like white lights on it, and the Cobalt helmet has fucking green. I used to have more of these. I don't know what happened to them.
It must have got eaten by the server, eh? Oh, white.
getting to the point where like I almost don't even want to bring a med gun anymore. Just throw some pins in my pocket or something. I still think medics have a... I don't know why groups haven't started making like dedicated medics yet, but like there's so many combat situations that I get into where I'm just like, having a medic right here, you just win. It's not even like, when you get into like a fight 1v1 with some dude, if you have a medic behind you like healing you while you're shooting, like there's no way you're losing if you're hitting your shots. Like,
yeah, even if you go down, you just need to tractor them into cover and jab them with the med gun.
yeah, but you shouldn't, because like you would have more health than them. Unless they just have so many guns hitting you that the medic just can't heal you fast enough. We'll learn this pretty soon when they come out with that super heavy set of armor, because they said that the people wouldn't be able to heal themselves, so then you're going to end up basically with people in super heavy gear and a medic behind them. It's going to be a pain in the ass, I bet.
So they're probably not going to, because people are going to break it so quickly, but if it has a battery and that runs out, imagine not being able to get out of the suit.
Yeah.
Like, you get someone in there, rip the battery out, and now you got a prisoner. Easy. Yeah, searching nicks in the A sub was probably your call to just say, yeah, fuck this.
Yeah, it sucks though, is like, this armor set, before I was wearing the white and orange helmet with it, because the arms and legs are the only other things that have orange lights on them. But then nobody liked the orange and white helmet with it, and there isn't a core that really worked with it. I mean, maybe the Overlord thing or something, but and then this, everybody liked, but the orange lights clashing with the white bugged me a little bit, and the white lights aren't really the same color, so it's kind of... But you get that with the fucking F-55.
Oh, that's your ARC trooper build, eh? Or your commando?
No, this isn't a commando. This is a... I mean, you could say it's a commando, but essentially it's... Everyone in this game wants to wear heavy armor, and so in my head right now, this is a... kind of like tier 2... They're like phase 2 clone armor or something, I don't know. It's the Elite Crusader security armor to me is like the commando, because like during the Clone Wars or whatever, the commandos had like phase 1.5 armor, which is, you know, and then the elite security armor is like, it kind of looks Star Wars-y, but it's not fully there, and there's no lights or anything on it, so it's more tactical. But with that armor set, I wear the... You wear the Citadel legs. There's like... Jesus. So like, you do like the Crusader helmet, Crusader core, and then you have either the Defiance charcoal or the blue one. But the charcoal looks alright. And then you have the white Citadel legs that have the cloth that kind of covers the crotch, and it gives you like a pretty.
Okay.
It's a beefy looking kind of guy. It makes him look way bigger and like sturdy. So like to me that's the commando. But you have these new Night Veil Testudo legs and Night Veil arms that you might be able to make a armor set with, but the colors don't really match. Like they don't match the security core. They might match. They might match your gray a little bit better, but I don't know. But I'm pleased with this art for now. I just need to see if there's any other. You know, I know there's like a really super white core that you can get with like red on it, but the whites, not all the stuff matches on the white stuff anyway. So, and you got like. I thought about getting, you know, trying to get one of those white Antium helmets and see if it looked better than this Clone Trooper helmet, and then maybe this could be like a special unit or something that can kind of like the tracker come in. Oh, you sent another thing?
Oh, yeah, that's cool. God, I forgot I sent that. Jesus.
Rex Core Caduceus. Hmm. Oh yeah, that's the tan one. Yeah, the problem with the Artemex stuff is that they have these different colored lights on them, so like a lot of times even if you find an armor set that kind of matches it, the lights aren't the same color. Like there's a red one that has like a blue light on it, but if it was like a
Oh
red
yeah,
light,
well, Max has different fucking lights for some reason.
yeah. Yeah, back in the day though, like when I was doing like realistic military uniforms and stuff, the like regular Crusader arms and legs for the Artemex with like was one of the Morsov cores or whatever was like Navy SEAL looking. That was like one of my first armor sets that I put together. It was like really nice and sleek. I'll try to. Need to try and find some more people that are just like mining out in the middle of nowhere. Just get some chill miner guys.